If, however, you're calling in and you also have your speakers on your computer going on, you're going to get some weird feedback and also an echo. So whichever device you're using, make sure that one's volume's on and the other one, the volume is down, so that you don't have that going on. And then we're going to be muting the phones at the end of the presentations. We'll be taking questions. We're going to unmute our phone line. You can also unmute your phone and ask us questions. We'll have that facilitated. So thank you, everyone, for coming to this wonderful presentation. I'm going to go ahead and I'm Eric Burris. I'm the Clean Water Team Citizen Monitoring Coordinator, and I will be giving a presentation shortly, but I just wanted to welcome everybody here. We got people in the room. This is fantastic. I thought we were going to have 2 or 3 people. No, honestly, I work with folks that volunteer. During the week, oftentimes, they're busy. They got their jobs. They cannot run around the state and participate in things during the week. So this is fantastic. It's also one of the reasons why I have cameras back there, because we have this being recorded by the agency, but we can't always rely on single feeds being recorded. So I have 2 cameras back there. We're going to make sure that the content from today will be recorded and made available online. So if you have friends, colleagues, and neighbors that weren't able to come today, we will have an opportunity for them in the future to watch and learn, and then we'll have also all of our contact information so that they can, participate in virtual time, right, after today. Yeah. So if you're doing citizen science, STEM, monitoring, you care about your community, your environment, wherever you're at, it's a large organization or an organization of one, we're going to provide some really good information today on how to get started, how to implement your program, how to do a little bit better job if you already are doing science. And if you're not going after data yourselves, a lot of the tools we're going to present will help you utilize other people's data to ask questions that are important to you, your neighbors, your watershed. So, my co-host today is Helen from the Watershed Project. She is also a representative for the citizen science community on the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. So, Helen?
Well, thanks for coming, everyone. It's really good to see so many faces in the room and online. So as Eric mentioned, I work with the Watershed Project in the Bay Area, and I started a water quality monitoring program over the last several years, and in doing so, I've struggled through many of the issues that we'll be learning about today. And I believe that groups like ours, small water monitoring groups, have a lot to offer, and what we can offer is very important because we're intimately connected with the communities that we're working in. And with the right tools, if we can have the right tools, then we can contribute a lot to data science in general. And as Eric said, I also represent the citizen monitoring groups on the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. And we've put together a survey that I hope you'll take if you haven't already. We want to know what your sticking points are. Is it fine-tuning your field methodologies? Is it putting together a quality assurance project plan? Is it analyzing and sharing your data? Is it knowing what to do with your data or get it into CEDN? We want to find more ways to create gatherings like this one and provide you with the training you need to collect meaningful data. So if you haven't already, please take the survey. There's a QR code here. There are also posters in the lobby. And yeah, we'd love to learn more about what you need. So our first presenter is actually going to be Eric. So he has a background in conservation biology and has worked throughout California in wildlands management and conservation, as well as wildlife, marine, and fisheries research. Currently, he's the State Water Resource Control Board's Citizen Monitoring Coordinator for the Clean Water Team. And since 2000, he and the Clean Water Team have worked statewide supporting programs engaged with community-based watershed management and citizen water quality monitoring projects. And I just checked back in my email, and Eric's been helping me since 2014, so thanks, Eric.
Hello again. Thank you, Helen. She runs a really good, awesome program. I look forward to going up to her watershed. Later this month, we're going to be teaching a workshop on fecal indicator bacteria. So if any of you are in the North San Francisco Bay Area, Oakland, Vallejo, wherever, get a hold of her. You can join us, right? Yeah, open invitation. So this morning, I'm going to be talking about some just generalized tips on if you're monitoring, what should I do? What should I avoid? It's not, how do I do monitoring? I got 10, 15, 20 minutes. We can't do a 3-day workshop in that amount of time. But there's some common things that I've seen go right and some common things that I've seen go wrong. So I'm just going to give you guys some tips. If you are an established practitioner like Helen, maybe you'll learn something. I hope that there's a nugget in there for you to take home. But with that, let's get started here, because advice is good, right? Sometimes you get some information that just totally transforms your program and your concepts of what you're going to do when you go out and try to accomplish your project. So the biggest thing that I've noticed is folks that start doing a water quality monitoring project or a citizen science project with their community, or if it's just a single person trying to go out there and do something right for where they live, it's having a question. What are you trying to accomplish? Yeah. You may recognize that where you live, things aren't fantastic. You want to do something, but that's not enough to get started. You have to have that question. We have to move beyond our concerns and be single-purposed. We have to be driven to answer that question. We need to be able to utilize the science that we're employing, be able to use that data, share that data, and try to then interpret the results and work with watershed groups, agencies, others, so that we can see that change that we're trying to move towards. We have a polluted water body, let's get to a clean water body. But if you happen to just want to go out there and generate good information, you can. Just make sure that the people that you're going to be giving that data to know that you exist and that you're going to be giving them information. They want that information. You're getting feedback so that the data you're collecting is going to be properly received and utilized. You just don't show up and say, here's 10 years worth of data, use it, and expect it to get used. Okay. Next big tip, 2 major things you have to put together before you get started. After your monitoring question is putting together a monitoring plan. You anticipate going out there and getting information, and then a QAPP, a QAP, a Quality Assurance Project Plan. Some people just call those project plans for short. However you call it, make one. No matter how intensive your program is or isn't, we have tools available so you can document the quality of your data. So you have to have those 2 things at a minimum. But I have a whole lot of other things on the screen that you should have as well, and I can help you develop those things. But you got to have those first 2 things. Once you have those in place, you manage your entire program with that goal in mind. It's super important that everybody that comes to your program, paid, volunteer, otherwise, they understand what you're trying to do and can support you with that goal in mind. Whether they're giving you a check or giving you time on the weekends, you're supporting the program for that one purpose, which is to, get data on this creek, get data on this swimming hole before the swimmers show up, things like that. It's extremely important to know exactly what you're doing, because we're going to try to put together all these different objectives and then designing our monitoring plan and do it adaptively. So after your first year, second year, third year, you can go back and did those things that help us get to where we needed to be. So it's putting together not just a plan of attack, but a roadmap for the future. If you don't have that first question, you're not going to get there. And when you're working in this world, it's different if you're in an agency, a little bit. But if you're working as a nonprofit, grassroots organization, know that there's a continuum. As you want your data to be utilized, you want your data to have better QA, you want your data to be used for legal purposes, the time you invest, the rigor, and the dollar amount that you have to allocate increases. So if you're just doing education, want your community to understand what dissolved oxygen is, what pH is, what fecal indicator bacteria are, the education's on the low end. Want to do visual observations on a habitat corridor? Add a little bit QA into that. If you're planning on documenting that a water body has toxic sediments and that you want this water body to be looked at in terms of potential 303D listing as an impaired water body, you're going to have very good QA and document everything and use probably EPA approved standards and above to document the chemistry, the toxicity, the problem in those sediments. Costs go up. Okay. So that's the real world that we're working in. Okay. So primary question, what do we love? What are we answering? And then how are we going to invest ourselves, our community, and our program? It's not free, right? So we're going to go all the way into the spectrum. We want our data to be used in a legal context. We're going to have some expenses. The good thing is community science is cost effective. There's huge value. A lot of times when we go out and do a project, a large ticket item is time. So if we have community members coming to us with their time, there's cost savings there. And if we have a good program, those volunteers stay with us, so we don't have to continue to invest in training. So a lot of fantastic value in our communities if we can do these programs. Oh, and part of that is what kind of resources do I have? Not just in dollars, but who can contribute some element to helping me with my project? Is it a laboratory? Is it data scientists? Who can provide me with what I need? So I like to make a wish list. Not always money that I'm wishing for. It's things I need to get done. So if somebody has a microscope they're not using, hey, I need a microscope. That'll save me from having to raise money for a microscope. Have that needs list. Next big thing is I have a lot of folks that just want to come and contribute. They want plug and play. Eric, I don't have time for a monitoring plan. I don't have time for a QAPP. We just want to do something. What can I do? Just plug it in and do something. Well, we do have some programs available to you, so you don't have to invest yourself into developing a monitoring question, QAPP, all those things. Cynoscope, it's a program for harmful algal blooms. But if you don't want to invest yourself into the whole Cynoscope program, there's just the Bloom Watch. It's just an app working with the community members so they can go out there and document when there's a potential harmful algal bloom. World Water Monitoring Day. It's an awesome project. It's been going on since the big 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. You do that typically on World Water Day, and it goes through September. One event, or you can have multiple events, and it's just an outreach. We have groups that target fourth graders. I have groups that target adults on just doing simple water monitoring, no QA, no question, purely education. But the data, even though they may be using high-end equipment, can still be shared. So we have a source of anecdotal information that communities can go back to. Right now, July is Lakes Appreciation Week. Becky Dip-In has been going on for quite a while. It's organized by a gentleman who had been at Kent State University. Go out to your water body, lower a Secchi disc, make a Secchi disc with kids in your neighborhood, a scouting out organization. There's a lot of neat things you can do, just plug and play. Makes it easier if you just want to get involved. Want to do more than that? Don't be a copycat. Don't just take somebody else's project and boilerplate off of that. I get a lot of folks saying, hey, Eric, we want to do what they're doing. And so we have all their documents, we just changed our name. Well, they're in the Sierras and you're in Southern California at the beach. Different context, different questions. It's okay to model yourself after programs. Follow the breadcrumbs of success. Don't be a copycat though, okay? If you do want to follow those breadcrumbs, you do want to do something individualistic, we have a lot of resources available for you at the Clean Water Team's websites. So we have our website, we have YouTube channel, we have a lot of resources available to help you develop your program, sustain your program. If this is ground zero for you, it's how do I get started, period. I don't understand how the water world in California works. We have those resources for you. And we have partners that can help as well. So the National Water Quality Monitoring Council does have a citizen monitoring element. EPA has some tools. There's great stuff available for you outside of the Clean Water Team as well. And it's perfectly fine to start small. Don't have to go after big giant grants. You don't have to have huge giant questions. Start small, focus on success, and grow your programs. This also helps with sustaining your program and maintaining volunteers because you have the time to invest in your project. We live in a world with lots of increasing methodologies, methods. Cell phones weren't really hot when I was a beginning biologist. We had these big giant things that weighed about 10 pounds, right? That wasn't even the battery. The battery was another 30 pounds, right? So we have a lot of emerging technology, but it has to be proven. If you're going to take stuff that is brand new, nobody's ever used it, make sure that it's going to give you usable data that's valid. Make sure it's going to be usable for answering your question and shareable as well. For training, a lot of volunteers may come from a background where they don't like to be in front of a classroom. They don't want to speak. They don't want to be a focus of attention for their training. But training is very important. So how do I get around that? You invite Eric. You invite Helen. You find somebody that can do it for you. Do it side by side so that you can learn to become a trainer. Because when I went to college, they didn't have class on training, how to be a teacher. It was, here's your degree, get in front of the class and do it. Right? That's not very helpful. You can also do partner training. If there's another organization that's doing training, bring all your volunteers together. What's great about that is conformity and uniformity, consistency, and your prediction of comparable data, because everybody's being trained at the same time on the same stuff, using the same instrumentation, and hopefully calibrating against the same standards as well. A lot of value in that. Next tip is retraining. So your volunteers went to a big, robust training, spent a whole weekday learning stuff. They got their pizza, they got their t-shirt. They don't want to show up the next year for a retraining because I've been trained. I know what I'm doing. I'm competent, right? Yeah. Well, it's beyond that. We have to be accountable to our QAPP for our programs. So we can utilize our resources and leverage, yeah. Yeah, I was up 2 weeks ago, and I had a meeting, a conference, a TAC advisory committee, and a presentation, all in like 5 places. If you do have your cell phone on like I did, turn it off. That'd be awesome. Usually I have it with me, and I turn it off, but I left it over there. But for retraining, it's not about retraining your volunteers. It's about putting your quality assurance project plan into place. It's making it actionable. you can blame the QAPP. You can blame me. Eric says we have to do retraining. Whatever you have to do to get your volunteers to an event for retraining, do it. If you start dangling the carrot that Eric, the Clean Water Team Coordinator, said we have to do this. Our Quality Assurance Project Plan says we have to do this. Your volunteers will show up because they see, wow, that's something I have to do. It's not about me. It's about them. It's about our data. It's about our QAPP. It's about our organization's commitment, not my individual commitment. How many here have a fantastic memory? For those of you not in the room, nobody's hands went up. Some folks have fantastic memory. I'm not one of those people. It's great to have instructions, crib notes, whatever you need to have in the field or in the laboratory to walk you through the steps you need. How to fill out the form, how to utilize your meter. Cheating is cool. You're not in college, right? If you get a job, you're getting paid, you have the instruction manual with you, you go through the steps, you push the buttons, end of the day, you go home, right? Same thing if you're monitoring as a non-paid individual. It's not cheating. It's producing data responsibly. So don't be afraid of not knowing everything. Volunteer management is huge. Again, when you're becoming a scientist, they don't teach you how to become a volunteer management guru, but they exist. You can reach out to the volunteer management and volunteer organizations in your county. If you can't find them, you can go to the governor's website, and we do have an Office of Volunteerism in the state. We have a lot of folks in the room that are with AmeriCorps. Okay, the governor's Office of Volunteerism runs the AmeriCorps program in the state of California. So they have a lot of tools and resources for you if you've never managed a volunteer project before. Now, credibility is huge. I don't have to dwell on that today. Fortunately, within the rest of the day, we're going to have folks talk about quality assurance project plans, metadata getting recorded into CEDN along with your data. We have some great resources being presented for you today. There's a wide range of science that people can contribute to as a non-professional scientist or as a professional scientist doing something on their own time. And any project can go about documenting the quality of their data. So EPA just released earlier this year a series of resources to help citizen science projects. It consists of basic instructions, some forms, how they have been filled out by others, and then you can also download these as a blank PDF or blank Word documents. So at the very low end, doing education outreach, anecdotal data collection, all the way up to rigorous studies, we have resources for you for your QAPPs. So the slide I have up right now is EPA's original QAPP guideline for volunteer monitoring. That goes back to the 90s. So they have a whole updated suite. But we still utilize EPA resources, and then we have wonderful resources here developed by the SWAMPS IQ program within the water boards. I want to dwell just for another minute on quality assurance project plans, because these are some things that probably won't pop up in the presentations. And it's about being focused on your question and making sure all the elements of your QAPP fit. If you're in your watershed and you're collecting samples wherever a bridge is, because that's easy, quick access, am I going to be able to describe what's happening in my watershed? Well, it's probably going to depend on if those bridges are where you need to get that data. Otherwise, you're going to be describing the water quality of your watershed or section of a watershed where those bridges are. That's a different question. Want to change your question to that one? Fine. If you don't, you're going to have to change your monitoring stations in context to the original question. And have feedback from your volunteers. I have a cartoon here of a river over time. Originally, they were monitoring in the main stem, right? They're in the river. But because of a drought situation, things dried up. So instead of going to the location in the main stem, they went to the GPS coordinate. So now they're collecting data on a creek, not the main stem. So make sure that you're getting feedback from your volunteers so that you can ensure the data that you're collecting is usable. Thank you for your time. I can take a question or two. Question in the back.
Folks, so that, there you
So
go.
if you have a question, raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. If you are on the phone and would like to ask it, fine. We have a question in the room?
Yeah. Jason Freshwater from the Regional Board, Santa Ana Regional Board. I'm wondering if there's any examples that you know of in the state where citizen water quality monitoring was set up to the stringency that it was defensible legally in an action, in a formal board action.
I have a huge number of organizations that have done just that.
Okay.
In fact, we have EPA methodology that it was, the rating, the EPA stamp of approval was generated using data on a particular methodology generated by citizen monitors in concert with laboratories. So we have a lot of water bodies being listed on the 3D list in California, utilizing information from citizen monitors as well, and permits being changed when permits expiring. If there's a need to lighten up the requirements for monitoring or strengthen them, we've had changes based upon citizen science data as well. So I'd be glad to point you in the direction of that. I think you're from Southern California. I have a huge amount of examples from Southern California I can share with you.
Okay. Because I've had a NGO representative say that they, like you said, are excited to contribute something, but I don't want to send them down the path of, okay, you've done all this work and now we can't even use that data. So
Send them to me.
yeah.
I'll help them out. Yeah. Any other questions in the room? We have one in the corner here. Can we get a microphone to her? Thank you. We got some great runners today with the microphones.
Yes, good morning. My name is LaDonna. I'm from Vallejo, California. And I wanted to know, what is the Water Board's commitment in this process to environmental justice? I notice it's missing off of both days. There hasn't been a lot of discussion. I raised the issue yesterday. And if you were to see our community's water, you would really understand why there's a push to be sure that you guys don't forget us. But if we look at these 2 days, it certainly feels like that. I'm so glad to see this community input, but this should have been in the beginning of the conference and throughout it, because we're talking about reaching all people, and we're not doing that.
I can answer that in a couple different ways. Let me begin with, I've heavily invested programmatically in environmental justice, my program, the Clean Water Team. The agency has their environmental justice work group. They have a roundtable. They also work with the other agencies as well as Cal EPA. Yeah. Those are the lists, the email lists and distribution lists that are usually leveraged when we have community events like this. My concern was, I don't know if you came in the beginning, having anybody in the room during the week. This is difficult to get anybody to show up here. I live in Long Beach. I work with groups in Compton and Watts, Southeast San Diego. Their ability to get the content from this conference, it's going to be online. It's going to be facilitated either individually or with those EJ organizations there. We do have groups where Saturday morning, that's what happens when you talk with your hands, yeah. They will do a workshop where they bring people in and they will watch these presentations together and talk about them in context of their community. They'll have their coffee, they'll have their donuts, and have their own like mini workshop off of this. But just what I would hope is that the groups that you have a representative of your organization, you're here. It's going back to your community and sharing the context, what we have, so that we can get more members of these communities coming to us because we're not always able to get to you guys. And my program, it's one person. I cover the entire state of California from Los Angeles. So devoting a whole lot of time to outreach, I leverage on other people for that. And I did utilize a tremendous number of environmental justice email lists and other community science type listservs and Facebook sites to get the word out. But having a workshop during the week, during Independence Day week, is problematic in general. But I agree with you that we need to have a greater commitment, boots on the ground, not just lip service or paperwork, when we start talking about involving communities throughout California in our watersheds.
And I was just going to say, I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with part of your perspective. However, understanding environmental justice also means understanding the total lack of resources that we have available to get here, because I had to use my own funds to get here. And clearly, when we look around the room, who was able to get here had the resources to do that. If we're talking about being really diverse and inclusive, then we've got to change what hasn't worked, and we see it hasn't worked by the reflection of who's attending. So I do get that we work together and we partner, and it's not on one person or one agency or organization, but clearly the California Water Board governs our water. I mean, they're over our water. So there needs to be more effort, and hopefully you guys take it back and say, okay, we know we failed there, let's do it better next time. But it's not good enough to just say we're pushing it on to other organizations to do this.
Well, thank you for your comment. I don't know who is not here in the room that's participating virtually. That's one of the avenues that, within the groups that I support, they don't have the funds. We still are doing something so that we can get the content to them. They're not here in person. Hopefully we can still have some of that content. But yeah, being here in person is huge. And I think this was the first year they offered some scholarships to bring in people. So anyhow, thank you. We could talk further on the side. Our next presenters coming up, I'm going to queue up their slideshow. Helen's going to do the introduction. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. So our next speaker is Melissa Morris, who is on a mission to make quality assurance and data management accessible to all audiences. So trained as an environmental scientist and quality control officer, she spent the last 2 decades developing, implementing, and assisting others with quality and data management systems. Her experiences encompass every scale of monitoring, regulatory, and data use projects throughout California, including the Water Board's Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP. Melissa holds a Master's of Science in Biological Sciences and currently serves as the Assistant Deputy Director of the Office of Information Management and Analysis at the State Water Board. And today she'll be speaking about quality assurance plans made easy.
Hi, everyone. Anyone needs to find a seat, go ahead and do that. And most important, the bathrooms are out this hallway. The ladies' room is right here around the corner, and I think the men's room is around at the other end. I don't know for sure. So welcome today. I just want to echo what Eric has stated before, that the data you collect is critical to the work we do at the water boards. California's huge. We run the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program out of our office, which is the Office of Information Management now, $11 million, and we're not able to assess every single water body in California. We just can't. So we rely on the data you collect, the work that you're doing, to do our jobs. And one example of that is our new program, the Harmful Algal Bloom Program. We rely on observations made by the public to let us know when you see harmful algal blooms, so we can go out and take action, confirm that it is harmful, go out and help the local watersheds make postings to protect not only our dogs, because unfortunately it's dogs that are the first to swim in the water and eat the algae, but also protect our children and our families through swimming. The mic? Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, sorry. In the back, there's also a workbook. Be sure to pick one up. If you don't get one, let me know and I'll print out some more. But it's a workbook to help you walk through the development of a quality assurance project plan. It's got some more questions in there as well to help walk you through it. And it's also got this really cool page in the back, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Moving forward, so I've been with the water boards for 20 years. I've worked with agricultural coalitions developing quality assurance project plans. I've worked with big agencies. I mean, we have DWR here today, but also the SWRCB program, volunteer monitoring groups like yourselves. Pretty much anybody can pick up the phone and give us a call and we will help you through this process. Many of you have this requirement on you as part of getting a grant from the federal government to do watershed monitoring. I don't know about you, but every time I hear the task that I have to write a QAP, I get this pit in my stomach. It reminds me a lot of having to do taxes using the paper forms, the 1040A. A lot of the terminology we use is confusing. A lot of it's overcomplicated. EPA has made a great step forward with the new citizen guide, but they could take it the next step further and make it even more easy. And this is what I'm trying to teach you today, is there's a secret to all of this. Each of us were born with that innate ability to question our surroundings and test things, even from our children. What happens if I throw mom's phone in the toilet? It's those questions that drive us to go out and monitor our watersheds and really understand what's going on. But a quality assurance project plan really seems like that checkbox that we have to check at the end of the day to make sure we get our funding or meet a requirement. But the secret is it's a tool. It's a tool to, one, help you design your monitoring program. But it also ensures that if you follow this plan, it'll get you the data that you need to answer the questions that you're asking. It also tells others about your project. So if you want others to take a look at your data and use that data in the decisions we make at the water board, this is a way to do that. And so we do read these project plans. They're not something we file away in the bottom of the cabinet. They're very critical to us saying, yes, we can use this data. We're going to include it in this larger set. And honestly, we have this $11 million program that's SWRCB, but we're just as equal going to be using the data that's collected by citizen scientists, because you're reaching the watersheds that we can't go to. Your data is important to us and it's critical, and you're really the on-the-ground resources that we need. Sometimes I think you guys care about it more than we do. It's good. So the truth about QA plans, they don't need to be 400 pages long. They should be simple. They should be straightforward, get to the point, and they're scalable. So the less complex your project is, the smaller they can be. I've had a quality assurance plan on my desk that's only 2 pages long. It gets to the point, tells me what they're doing, what they did, what data is connected, and what it looks like in SWRCB, so I can go find it and use it. These things don't need to be a narration of your entire life unless you want to write that down. We're willing to read it. But really, don't let these things be scary. Let them be a tool that you use. Don't do them after the project's done, even though even SWRCB does that sometimes. Use it for yourselves, but also use it to communicate what you're doing to the wider audience. Because in science, as you know, if you don't write it down, it didn't happen. So quality assurance really ties in well to project management. And EPA takes from project management skill set to help you design your monitoring plans. But really, a project management lifecycle is about planning, documenting, doing, and following it up. And so that's no different for water quality monitoring. For systematic planning, what we're talking about is sitting down and really thinking about what you want to do and where you want to go, but also thinking about your budget and your limitations and coming up with realistic questions. The quality assurance plan itself is a place to document it, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. But then we get into implementation. Quality assurance doesn't stop at the plan. It continues throughout the entire project. So not only are you going to go out and monitor, you're also going to do QA on yourselves. Make sure that the people that are collecting samples are following the standard operating procedures, that the lab is doing what you ask them to do, that your data is getting into the system exactly how it came from the laboratory and representing your results, but also taking a look at the big picture. How many data points did we collect? Are we able to answer the question that we need using those data points? And then when you go to go next year and you think, well, the first year I was only able to collect pH. That was really great, but maybe I need to collect dissolved oxygen as well. So it's an iterative process. It's circular. It never ends. But it should get better every single time you go out. So the number one problem that's systemic from Department of Defense down to citizen science is that data quality objectives is misunderstood. This is not where you say, I want my laboratory control spike to be between X and Y. This is about the question that you're asking and the level of data, the volume of data, the quality of data that you need to answer your question. You have to start by asking yourself numerous questions. And so what this workbook does is it walks you through those questions, gives you tips for thinking about things. It's the start of a guide, but it can be improved. So I'll be looking for your feedback as well. Let me know what we can do to improve this workbook. Number one question, what is the project going to study? I have seen multi-million-dollar projects with a data quality objective that is unreasonable. They want to solve world peace on $1 million budget. It's not going to happen. You really want to think about what you're looking for. Yes, you know there's a water quality problem or there's a trash problem in a creek, but you're not going to solve it. You want to get to that finite level of information that you need to answer one question. Try to stick to 1 to 2, because the bigger the question, the bigger the budget you're going to need. And this process of asking yourself questions is you probably have to cycle back and modify that initial question a few times to get to the point of what you're actually doing. How are the data going to be used? Second most important question. If you are wanting to collect data that you want to tell us about a watershed that's impaired and you want us to put it on the 303D list, I know these are complicated terms, but it's basically a list of watersheds that we know there's a water quality problem. You know about it, we don't know about it yet. You want to produce data for that. There's a set of requirements that goes with collecting data for that purpose. If your purpose is to simply observe a watershed and, like Eric pointed out, educate about what you're seeing in that, you're not going to need those super complicated requirements that come with 303D listing. So, and what data and information are needed? So this, again, ties into that first question. If you're looking at trash, you probably want to observe trash. If you're looking at mercury contamination in watershed, you'll want to look at mercury. But you'll also want to look at pH and EC and things that tie into how mercury interacts with the wildlife in that watershed. Number one question on the workbook underneath this question is what data is already available to you? So the state goes out and they have statewide monitoring programs, but one of the things they have a hard time doing is going out and gathering other people's data to figure out, do I already have a data set to work with, and where are the data gaps that I need to go to? So be sure to ask yourself that. What are other people already doing in this watershed, and make sure I'm not spending money on something that's already been done. 2, do I really need to go out and collect this information? If the answer is yes, great. Then you can move forward to the next question. What are the limits of the study? Like I said, you can't solve world peace with $1,000. It's not going to happen. But what you can do is to say, take your $1,000 and focus on a piece of that watershed. Yeah, I'm going to collect 10 samples in this section of the watershed. Well, what time of year are you going to do it? During the rainy season, during the summer? Again, it goes back to that question you're going to ask. If it's about harmful algal blooms, you probably, for right now, don't need to go out in the middle of January. That's changing. But if you went out in August, yes, you're going to see a harmful algal bloom. You might be able to see how bad it is and whether or not we need to improve our posting guidance. How will the decision be made? So this is a question that people struggle with. Well, what do you mean? I'm just going to go out and I'm going to observe that there's a problem with mercury in this watershed. What's the decision to be made? Is there a problem? Is there not? So this ties into water quality thresholds. So what a water quality threshold is what the water board uses to determine whether or not there's a problem. These thresholds often have layers and layers and layers of research that go into them to say that anything over X milligrams per liter is a problem. Anything below that is not a problem. And usually the water board takes the most conservative approach and says, we want the most protective criteria applied. So you'll want to work with a regional water board to determine what that water quality threshold is. So we have a network of swamp coordinators that work at the regional board so they can help you. So please reach out to the swamp group and say, hey, I've got a question about this watershed, and we'll get you in the right direction to figure out what that threshold is. This question ties into what methods you need to use, because a laboratory says, yes, I can test for mercury, and I can do it for $10, but at that $10 threshold, your data is probably going to come in way too high of a reporting level to be useful to you. So you want to tie all of this together to make sure that your sampling design makes sense for you. So last question, how much error is acceptable? Error is not a bad thing. Error is everywhere. We're talking about the uncertainty that goes into taking a sample. So that human element, whether or not they switched the bottle 3 times or put the cap on properly. There's also error in every measurement we take. You can spend a lot of money on a really highly calibrated sonde, which is the probe that you go out and you take your EC and your DO and your chlorophyll A and all these different measurements with. Even that has error in it. It's the plus and the minus. So even if you have 1 milligram of an analyte in your watershed, it's plus or minus something. Sometimes your machine can tell you what that is. That's great, but that's only one set of error on top of a bigger set of error that's going to come with humans, basically. Error is in when you collect the sample, how you collect the sample, what you're collecting. Basically, it's everywhere. I think we've got it, right? So you want to set like measurement goals, objectives on each type of data you're collecting to try and narrow that plus and minus down to something that's reasonable. Why this is important to the water boards gets back to that water quality threshold. If you have 1 milligram per liter of an analyte, you want to make sure you have a method that can detect way below that, plus or minus a certain amount, so we are confident in the data that we collected. We'd say, yes, there is a problem. I can say that with 50% certainty, because again, error is a bigger picture that we're working on here at the water board. Right now, we put data into the database. We have QA flags that go with it, quality assurance flags, that can tell you certain things about the error at the measurement level. It can tell you certain things about the error in the field level, but our next step is to put that all together so you can visually see it as an error bar and a graph. A little harder to do with more objective type measurements like observations, but I think we can get there in the future. And we really want to, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the decisions we make are defensible and that we have confidence in those measurements. So what do we do with all the answers to these 6 questions? At the back of this workbook is a crosswalk that tells you where to put it in your quality assurance project plan. So most people start with the blank template for the quality assurance project plan. They start with page 1, which is the cover sheet, and they move into page 2, which is table of contents, and then they get stuck at the first thing. Been there, done that. Start with the questions first, answer them in your brain on a piece of paper, and then start inserting them into the template after you're done walking through this design process. It'll make your life so much easier. It'll get you out of that cycle of not knowing what the terminology means. It's a really quick and efficient way to do it, but it also will keep your quality assurance plan to the point. Because you don't need to spend hours and hours and hours trying to come up with fancy dialogue about your project, when really you're just answering the questions, putting them in a format that somebody can read, and handing it to your field crew, and handing it to the water board when you want us to use your data. So getting back to the last part of the project management lifecycle, once you have everything written in your plan, follow the plan, follow up with your crews, check the laboratories. Jacob's going to talk about how to work with the laboratories. That's an integral part to working with the laboratories, telling them what you want. You can hand them your QAP, They will have to read it if you're paying them, but also follow up with them when the data comes in and say, this isn't what I ordered. Make sure this is right. Make sure the quality meets this. The back and forth, don't pay for it until you get what you want out of them. And data quality assessment, which is often confused with data verification and validation. What this step is really looking at that whole picture. Did I collect enough data points to get the answer that I need? What should I do better next time? What else should I look for? Who else should I collaborate with? It's a very important step. So additional resources, you saw the Citizen Science Handbook. This is fresh, hot off the press. I think it was last month. But provided links for it as well. Here at the Water Board, we often recommend the G5 QAP guidance. This is less painful than the R5, which is the requirements for quality assurance project plans for federally funded projects. G5 gives more information about what they're asking for. It's not great, but it'll get you a little bit farther if you need more information. There's two websites here. One is the EPA QAP development tool. I haven't spent much time on here, but it's targeting those federally funded projects. And the Water Board's QA page, which we're going to try and develop even more and more resources as we come up with them. One thing I want to leave you with today is that this narrowing down of quality assurance project plans to 6 questions is no different than the talk I'm giving today, than the talk that I'm giving to Water Board staff. That it's the same questions regardless of who you are, the scale of your project, who's funding you. It really boils down to those 6 questions. Don't overthink it. Answer the questions, get them in there, turn it in, you're done. It's not scary. And a lot of times you'll see a monitoring plan plus a QAP plus a performance evaluation. Talk to your project managers that you're coordinating with at the Water Board and say, you know what, the quality assurance plan has everything I need. Can we work it out? So this is what we can do. We just do it once, not have to have separate documents. So I've been a QA officer for 20 years, like I said. The last thing I want to do is have to read your QAP and a monitoring plan and cross-reference them because they're one and the same. You can't have one without the other. And the monitoring plan is actually part of the QAP. Yeah, so, any questions?
Folks on the line, we've unmuted the phone. You can ask your questions. And we can take any questions in the room. Just raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. If you're online, you can just speak up and ask your question directly right now.
He likes QAPs, I know.
Questions?
Hopefully I've made it super easy. You don't have any questions.
It's so efficient.
Yeah, so we'll make the workbook, both the presentation and the workbook available electronically for you. I do have an extra copy if somebody needs it right now, but if you want more, I'll print some out and put it on the table while you're at lunch. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Question back there.
As regional monitoring programs are becoming more and more popular, are there plans to develop a template that will be appropriate for a regional monitoring program rather than a singular project because it has multiple monitoring components?
So that's a really good question. So why I called this training quality assurance plans, because they can be scalable. So for SWAMP, sorry I'm using that example so much, we actually have a program plan that outlines the requirements for every monitoring project that occurs under SWAMP. Some of our bigger statewide programs have a full quality assurance plan that's updated annually. Our smaller projects actually have the 6 questions that they have to answer, and then tied up with our measurement quality objectives that we've outlined for the program. It really depends on the complexity of your monitoring programs and projects. So there could be a regional monitoring program that has a program plan that outlines the requirements for each project, but at some point it gets unwieldy. So I've seen RMP ones that are about 400 pages long, and there's so much complex elements that sometimes it's more valuable to the program to have a separate quality assurance plan for each component. It's also easier to update. It's easier to hand out to field crews because, like I said, this is a tool. We want you to make it short, sweet, simple, and hand it to your field crews in your labs. That's hard to do when it's 400 pages. But really, we'll leave it up to the program or the project to decide what level of complexity of QAP that they need. Did that answer your question? Good. Awesome, thank you.
I'm really excited about this new resource. So our next speaker is Jacob Oaxaca. He's a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor of the Program Development, Research, and Enforcement Unit for California's Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP. He oversees a multidisciplinary team who work on regulatory initiatives, technical inquiries, and criminal and administrative enforcement investigations. Jacob holds a BS in chemistry from the University of Texas at Austin and has worked as an environmental chemist for environmental remediation and compliance projects. Prior to joining ELAP, Jacob worked as a research technician with Chevron's Fuel Technology and Additives Division in Richmond, California, performing sample analysis for product identification and integrity using GC and FTIR instrumentation. And today he'll be talking to us about communicating and working with laboratories.
Okay, thank you. I just really want to kind of first start off by, recognizing the organizers here because I think a lot of these talks are really all dovetailing really well. I was kind of struggling with just how much information I could pack into this presentation within this short time frame and trying to figure out what should I include and what can I take out, and really hearing these other presenters talking about the QAPs and your project planning really kind of will help boost my presentation. So great job to the organizers. My name is Jacob Oaxaca. As mentioned, I'm the supervisor for the Program Development, Research, and Enforcement Unit here with California ELAP, or the accreditation program. Before I get started, can I get a feel of the room here? How many people have worked with a laboratory already or through any of your projects or prior past experience? Okay, got a good number here. Okay, and have they been ELAP accredited laboratories for the most part, or? Okay, got a mix here. Does anybody want to maybe kind of give an observation on if you've noticed a difference between working with an accredited laboratory and a non-accredited laboratory? If you want to shout the answer, and then I can repeat it for those who are hearing online. Anybody want to provide? No? Well, in that case, okay, so I'll kind of just start off with the presentation then. Since I'm with the accreditation program, I'm going to go ahead and start this presentation with the value of accreditation. I'm going to provide a little bit of clarification about some misconceptions about accreditation. Then I'll provide a perspective on a number of areas that you'll want to consider when selecting a laboratory. And this with the idea of being able to support the data quality needs of your project. Lastly, I'll kind of finish up with some pointers on ideas on what to expect and how to communicate and work with your selected laboratory. This, as I mentioned, being from ELAP, this is going to be the perspective of the accreditation program. In a lot of ways, this could have probably been given by a laboratory who has the experience working with the citizen monitoring groups. But just again, this is kind of the perspective of accreditation and working with laboratories from the accrediting body. So in simple terms, accreditation is a tool that for laboratories to show that they're capable of producing accurate and defensible data. It will demonstrate that the laboratories are committed to continuous improvement. And lastly, when the accreditation program is effective and there's an effective standard, this can really enhance the public confidence in these test results. So I do want to, as I mentioned, I do want to clarify a few misconceptions about accreditation. First one is that accreditation does not mean that any report or set of data that is originating from an accredited laboratory is accurate or defensible. Again, I mentioned that through accreditation, we can demonstrate that the laboratory is capable of producing accurate and defensible data. When we went in to assess that laboratory, when we assessed their application, we had determined that they are capable of doing it, but we're not there the other 363 days out of the year. So, and I think a lot of this stems from the terms accreditation and certification. That creates a lot of confusion. And so whenever I'm, I hear I'm having a discussion with somebody and I hear somebody say ELAP certification, I really try and take a pause and kind of make a point of clarifying that ELAP accredits the laboratories. We're not certifying laboratories. And that's because with certification, to me, it implies that ELAP has certified the data that is coming out of these laboratories, and that's not the case. We are not certifiers of this test data. So what accreditation means is that, and I already kind of hit this though, is that it's capable, the laboratory is capable of producing that data. So as the data users, you are responsible for always evaluating the data that you receive from these laboratories, and you're going to evaluate it against your data quality objectives, your QAP. What are you trying to answer? All of those things that you heard from the last two presenters. And that's going to really help you to, if you've defined those, if you know what those are, that's really going to help you to make a determination on the usability of this data before you submit it or even use it for your intended needs. Another misconception is that if a laboratory is accredited by ELAP, then they can perform any test and they're accredited for all tests, and that again is incorrect. The laboratories will receive a scope of accreditation that identifies the analytes and the test methods that the laboratory was accredited to perform. So just again, if the laboratory is ELAP accredited, they have to be accredited for the specific analyte and the methods that you're looking for in your testing objectives. And just the last point on accreditation I want to make is that it's not forever. The period of accreditation for when it comes to ELAP accreditation is 2 years, and the laboratory must reapply every 2 years. And during that period, they may have some operational changes at their laboratory that result in changes to their scope of accreditation. So it's very important to be looking at that, especially if you're contracting with a laboratory right around that period where their accreditation is about to expire. You'll want to make sure that you're checking in with the laboratory to make sure that it did get extended. And from the accreditation program's perspective, we have up until the last day of that certificate to renew that accreditation. And so give the laboratories a little bit of breathing room because they're probably waiting to hear back from us. But it is important to just be aware that the accreditation can expire and their scope can change. Here's where, really the last two presentations are really going to help because, we don't have to get too much into a lot of this, but the careful selection of laboratories and the analytical methods is going to be critical to the success of your project. And so beforehand, before you're even selecting a laboratory, your project planning phase, you want to be you're asking these types of questions. And again, you heard these in the other presentations. So what are you testing? Whatever it is, if it's a drinking water sample, if it's non-potable water, if it's going to be soil sludge, or even some other matrix that is just unique and particular to your testing project, you know, you want to have that identified up front and be aware of what that is, because that's going to drive what are your objectives. It's going to drive, you know, what analytical method you select. We talked about target analytes. What are you know, what's the intent? What's the goal of your testing? And I think when I kind of came in, Eric was a little bit into it, but he talked about the kind of the progression of the different types of monitoring you might be doing. If it's just for informational purposes, you know, that's going to change what laboratory you end up selecting. But you may have some remediation goals, or you may be trying to demonstrate that this sample you collected can meet some permit limits. So all of that is really appropriate to identify up beforehand, because this is really a critical decision point for the success of your project. Because if you select an inappropriate laboratory or even an inappropriate analytical method, then you may end up having to repeat your entire study, which could derail your project or even increase the costs. We talked a little bit about analytical methods, and I'll kind of pause here and kind of make a few more points. There's validated methods. These are methods that are developed by, for example, EPA standard methods, and these are really kind of, as you go through your project planning, you're going to you'll either identify that there's these methods that are already validated and ready, that are going to be able to meet your needs. But in some cases, this particular method may not be able to go low enough to the limit, or reach low enough limits to support your decision making or meet your specific project needs. So when that happens, you may have to look for a method that is a non-standard method, and a lot of times that can be a lab developed method. And if you end up going that route, if your path takes you into that direction, then you just need to be aware of what are the implications of a non-standard method. Is there a way to validate it? Is there a way to make sure that data that is going to be generated and produced using this non-standard method, will it be acceptable for use as the life of your project goes on? Okay, so now you kind of have, or maybe even you have a sense of what your testing objectives are. So the next step is going to be to locate and hire an environmental laboratory. And really this information here is presented as a starting point. So, location, right? I mean, that's going to be one of the main questions you're going to want to figure out regarding your laboratory. Is the location convenient? And it's really critical because in some cases there may be short hold times, and so you may need to get the sample to the laboratory immediately or within 2 to 6 hours, something of that time frame. So the location is going to be really critical, and you kind of have to think about that as part of your planning and in selecting a laboratory. It will also kind of determine how you're going to be transferring the samples. If you're selecting a laboratory that's maybe in another part of the state, you'll have to think about logistics. Are you going to, a lot of times a laboratory may have a courier service as part of the services they offer, but in most cases you'll have to FedEx or do some other kind of shipping like that. And depending on what your samples are, you may have some limitations on what the courier or FedEx will accept. So these are all things that you want to be considering. If it's a local laboratory, you may have somebody on your team dropping off the samples, or depending on your discussions with the laboratory, they may have somebody who will come by and take the samples for you or even pick them up. So these are just kind of, again, our starting points for what to consider when selecting a laboratory. And then last one, I mean, a lot of times you may not be thinking about this, but you're working on a Friday afternoon, and all of a sudden, you realize, oh, is the laboratory going to be open tomorrow when you need to drop off your samples? And so it's very important to consider that your project planning and the schedule, because if you need to be able to drop off samples on a weekend, then you want to have that knowledge ahead of time so that you're able to work that out with the laboratory. We talked about accreditation a lot. You want to know what the current status of the laboratory's accreditation is going to be. If it's close to that time where it's coming up against the renewal point, you want to make a note to be sure to follow up with them after that time. Does the laboratory have a written quality assurance plan? I mean, they, just like you guys are working on one, the laboratories should have one for themselves as well. And, you'll want to review that. Most laboratories usually will have something that's very, there's similar elements, but they could vary considerably. So you'll want to make sure that you have reviewed that and make sure that it's going to be aligned with what your project needs are. Some cases, you may be doing some non-routine sampling where the laboratory may need staff that requires additional training or qualifications to perform the analysis. And so that's going to be something you want to check in with them. Lastly, what support services do you need or does the laboratory provide? And most importantly, is that going to be included in the cost? So providing coolers for shipping, chain of custodies, pre-cleaned or certified sample bottles. Any one of these additional services may be helpful to your project. ELAP has to remain impartial, and we can't really recommend a laboratory. But what we have is, as a resource, is a GIS map here, and the link is right here, so you can come back and use it at your convenience. But what it does is it gives you an idea of where laboratories are located, and there's a little bit of search functions in there to kind of narrow down what specific testing needs you may have. And so again, this is kind of just a resource for helping you identify where laboratories are and which ones you're able to use. So now that you've selected your laboratory, you're going to want to consider, again, the customer support. Do you have somebody who's going to be a dedicated project manager, giving you the time and that you need, and again, for the money that you're paying? You'll want to be able to receive timely review and notification from sample receipt to sample analysis to when the results are ready. A big one is cost of QC. A lot of times, a laboratory may, either depending on the size of your project, they may include that, as a built-in price, or it may end up being charged separately. And data package options are really important because, Melissa talked about it. The level of data that you get back, depending on what the data is going to be used for, you may need that big set, the level 4. In other words, it's all the raw data. It's all of the documentation that's needed to demonstrate the reliability and validity of those analytical results. And lastly, with any kind of contract you enter into, you're going to want to be aware of the lab's standard terms and conditions. Project discussion. Once you kind of get in contact with the laboratory and you're getting ready to contract with them, you want to make sure that all the testing requirements are adequately defined and documented. You want to have that discussion about whether or not the data needs to be updated to a state or a program database, because that could result in additional costs. And any differences that you have during these project discussions should either be documented and resolved before you start submitting the samples. When you drop off the samples, you want to make sure that your chain of custody is properly documented. You'll want to get some type of sample receipt confirmation. And after the laboratory receives those samples, they're going to check the chain of custody versus what the sample bottles you provided. And sometimes you may have a mislabeled bottle, maybe one of the bottles cracked during shipping. And so any of those kind of discrepancies, you're going to want to make sure that you're notified, because again, that could impact your overall project. You'll want to be aware of turnaround times. A lot of times the laboratories go through what is called a rush, or where you can get results within 24 hours or 5 days. The normal turnaround time is 15 days. And just be aware that with these rush samples, you may get some preliminary results, or even and you may not get the final result until the end. And then once you get those results, a lot of with the advances in our technology and everything, and not wanting to print everything, especially these level 4 data packages, which could be hundreds and hundreds of pages, laboratories may now only be providing electronic results. So you'll want to know whether that's something you need or not. Data qualifiers, you can probably expect that some part of your data may have been outside of a QC limit, and these data qualifiers will allow you to evaluate your data and whether or not that exceedance, or if it goes outside of the quality control criteria, how that's going to impact your data. And along those lines, you'll want to have a conversation with the laboratories about do they provide a data review or interpretation, because you may or may not, you may need some of that assistance. And that could come in the form of a case narrative. They may provide additional information, such as a graph or something of that nature. So again, I try to pack a lot in there, and hopefully it was beneficial for you. And I'll take some questions if there's about 1 minute. Okay. All right. Okay.
We have time for questions. Lights been unmuted. We can take a question in the room.
Is it easy to find a list of accredited labs per analyte, per thing that you're sampling?
Not from the ELAP, for an ELAP accredited laboratory.
Okay.
We recognize that that's a need, and that's something that can be beneficial to the public. So we're working on providing something like that. But at this point, we have that GIS map, and you can search. It's got some search functions where you can get down to maybe some higher level, maybe not particularly the analyte, but
Right, not down to that level of
maybe not down that
resolution.
level, but, a higher level, what we call fields of testing.
Okay, thanks.
The mic's coming.
I'm sure I can, well, I don't know how accessible the ArcGIS map actually is, but especially considering cost and community access, I'm wondering if there are partnerships or accreditations with community colleges. If not community colleges, then other universities, like the public universities, to be able to make this affordable and accessible to the most communities that otherwise are not going to be able to afford a lab. And or are there lab partnerships where they donate these services?
So you're talking about the GIS map, or just in general lab services?
Accessibility to the labs.
Okay. ELAP is a voluntary accreditation program, so a laboratory would make that decision whether or not they want to participate and receive that accreditation. So ultimately, it's a decision for the laboratory to be able to participate. So there are universities that are ELAP accredited, but there's a bar and a criteria that needs to be met to receive accreditation. And so that's really the driver there in terms of, which labs are available for the community.
I have a question for you to follow up on that. For the science that we're typically doing, must we use an ELAP laboratory?
So thank you for that question. ELAP, data that is going to be used for regulatory purposes, for example, compliance with a permit, policy, or order, does need to come from an ELAP accredited laboratory. In that spectrum of projects that you discussed, some of those, the projects on the beginning end, you know, where you're just looking for information, you're talking about pH and things of that nature. If those don't, you know, if it's not going to be used for regulatory compliance or purposes, then the decision is up to you whether or not you want to use an accredited laboratory.
And to follow up on your question, for the laboratories at the community colleges and whatnot, as long as they're using a quality assurance project plan, can document the quality, they're using standard EPA methodology and whatnot, their data is good. It's usable, it's actionable without having the ELAP certification. And we've been working throughout the state to do that. But there is a need sometimes that we have to go to an approved, not approved, accredited laboratory because of the method. And not all laboratories can provide the same services for methodology, so you do have to shop around. Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, real fast. Once you've accredited a lab for ELAP, how frequently do you go back and inspect that lab to ensure that they're compliant with their own QAPP?
The law requires every 2 years. Okay, thank you.
Our next presenter is Jarma Bennett. Jarma runs our data science team at water boards within OWEMA and SWAMP. She's responsible for overseeing the California Environmental Data Exchange Network. She's also involved with CWIX. When it comes to data management, she's putting together a team that could qualify for the World Cup of data, right? Yeah. So she's going to just give a small presentation, but the wealth of what she can bring to the table, if you talk to her afterwards, is just huge. Your commitment to your data, to your volunteers, and to your funders by talking to Jarma, to getting your data into CEDN provides legacy. It's adding that huge extra value to your program. I'm so glad that she's going to be presenting and talking to us this morning. Jarma?
Hey. All right, so you've written your QAPP and you found a lab, you've sampled your water, you get your data back, and what do you do with your data? You can put it into CEDN, the California Environmental Data Exchange Network. So I'm going to go over the 5 W's of CEDN, the who, what, why, where, and then we throw in the how, but not necessarily in that order. So starting off, what is CEDN? CEDN is a database that collects water quality related data for a variety of sources. We have it breaks down the data into different data categories. We have chemistry data, tissue data, toxicity data, taxonomy data, and then field data. Why does it exist? It's our primary source of data for assessing the quality of our water bodies. It was mentioned earlier about the 303D list and saying which water bodies are impaired or not. So it's a source of data for that exercise that the water boards go through. And it also just seems like a good idea. We spend a lot of money on monitoring and other people do as well. And so why not put it in one place in a compatible format so that it can then be reused? It increases the accessibility of the data, and so that it can not just be used by the group that collected it, but by others as well. Who is CEDN? Anybody can be a data provider. we generally have data from the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, which Melissa spoke about earlier. We also collect data from permittees that the water boards regulate if they have a requirement within their permit that says you have to get your data into CEDN. Grantees that we give money to if they have a water quality element for their project. Also, citizen monitoring groups that have data that they want to contribute. So that's who's providing the data. Then we have on the back end regional data centers that help people get their data into the database. They load the data for non-swamp data here at the state board. The swamp program loads their data into CEDN. Currently, we fund 2 regional data centers, the Moss Landing Marine Laboratories Regional Data Center and the Aquatic Science Center, which is part of SFBI, to help people get their data into CEDN. That doesn't mean they're going to format your data for you, but they will facilitate adding your valid values or controlled vocabulary into the database, and again, just be the conduits for actually getting your data into the system. Moving on to how. This is a schematic that shows that we have data providers that work with the regional data centers, Moss Landing Marine Laboratories, as I mentioned, the Aquatic Science Center, and then I'm terming them here contributing databases, SWAMP, and water boards. We have a container here at the water boards that can do the same thing, act as a regional data center as well. Functionally, we do the same thing where we, on a weekly basis, provide a copy of the database that I work with, and then it goes through a weekly replication process. So every week this happens, and the data that's in the main CEDN, the blue container, the main CEDN database, gets overwritten or wiped out, and all new data are loaded into the system. And then on the backside, there are data access pathways, so people can use and retrieve those data. Again, those are also updated. The data marts that supply those are updated on a regular basis as well. But more practically, how is it done as a data provider? You can go to CEDN.org, click on the Submit Data button, and follow the steps there. You want to review the guidance documents that show you the format, so that the first column is your station and your second column is the date. So we have providing data in the same format so it can be ingested by the database that is being loaded into. You have to follow the same business rules so that the data makes sense to you, they can be used to work together. Then we have a whole slew of controlled vocabulary lists so that we're using the same spelling of copper or the same way to reference a certain method. So you have to get established vocabulary. As I mentioned, you can work with the regional data centers to do that. So you register your project and any other vocabulary up front to get those into CEDN. Then you do the hard work of formatting the templates, making sure that that your data are in the right formats, following the business rules. So that's really where all the work is. Depending on the format you start with, this could be an easier task or a harder task. But once you think you have it in the right format, you can send it through our data entry checkers. That's an upload process where it runs a bunch of checks to make sure that you indeed are following the right formats and you're using the right vocabularies. If you use a value that's not in the vocabulary list, you'll get an error message back saying your station is unknown, or the way that you're referencing this analyte is unknown. And then you can either, maybe it was an error and you can fix your error, or you can contact your regional data center to get a new value added to our controlled vocabulary lists. Once you have all your errors resolved, you may also have some warnings, things that may be wrong, but aren't necessarily wrong. You want to take a look at those to make sure it's not a mistake, but you can move forward if you still have some warnings, because like I said, it's not necessarily wrong. It just raises a flag to say, hey, did you really mean to say this? And then you can submit your data to be loaded. It's a good idea then to wait until the next week when it can be made available through a report to make sure that what you've submitted is now showing up on the website, just to do that check to make sure that what you have provided actually shows up in the way that you think it should have been showing up. And so I'm going to try bring my microphone to sorry. Perfect. All right, so if we go to just any browser and go cdin.org, we get to the CDIN website. Along the left, you have the find data, submit data, some more information about CDIN. We do have a user group that meets on a regular basis, and then we have some procedures for updating templates and things like that. But we're going to go ahead and click on the submit data, and as I just talked about, you have these similar steps written here. You review the guidance, and this is really I think the most important link, because on this page it has the guidance documents that goes through each field, what each field in or column means in the templates, but then it also has the blank copies of the blank templates and example templates, so you can get a sense of we have this column here. It's called digest extract method. What kind of things would you expect to actually see there? So I've just opened the chemistry template. It's an Excel workbook. And it starts out with a notes information page with some links of people to contact, how to make new vocabulary requests, and some information about the update history of the template. And then it has different tabs. The chem results tab is where your monitoring result data go. In this example, we just have sediment chemistry examples, water chemistry examples, and bacteria examples. We put spaces in between to help you identify the different examples, but if this were really a template that had real data in it, you wouldn't want any blank lines, because then the system would just stop reading it and not get all of your data into the system. And then there's a lab batch tab, so you can record information about the batch. And so it is, there are many columns, but if you tackle them one at a time, and then it should be manageable. We have required fields with the green headers, default required with the regular black headers, and then and those are, if you don't know the actual value, you can use the default. A lot of times that's not recorded or an R. And then optional fields that are gray with the orange wording. And so that's just a look at the template there. Again, you can find all this on the CDIN website. So moving on to our when, this slide is really aimed at those who are wanting their data to be submitted or assessed through the the water quality assessment 303D list process. And we really encourage people to do that ongoing so we don't get a whole slug of data right before they pull it for those reports. So we encourage ongoing submittal. But when that process does occur, a solicitation notice is sent out and generally publicized so that you know your kind of end date of when the data need to be submitted in order to be considered for that particular assessment period. If you're not particularly interested in that process, there are no deadlines. It's just whenever you have data, you can submit them so that they can be used by whoever is interested. And then where can you find CEDN data? Melissa mentioned that it was a good idea to see what other projects are going on in your area of interest. And so this is one avenue that you can look into or CEDN data is a good avenue to look into, find what other projects are going on in your area of interest. And we have a few different ways to review those data that are submitted. We have our advanced query tool. When I went to the CEDN website, the first button that was there was the Find Data button, and that would take you to the advanced query tool where you can query by data type, and then there are a variety of other selection criteria to filter the data, and you can retrieve it that way. We also provide CEDN data on data.ca.gov, which is the state's open data portal. There are many data sets there, so what I usually do if I'm looking for CEDN related data or data that's from CEDN is just put CEDN in the search box, and a variety of data resources and data sets will return. CEDN is also connected to the National Water Quality Monitoring Portal. We do have some still working on some vocabulary and business rules issues, so it's not 100% of the CEDN data get there, but we do have an ongoing flow that does provide data to that portal. And finally, we do have web services on CEDN. These were created before we started providing our data to data.ca.gov. And so we don't have a lot of customers that use them, or I don't know if we have any ongoing customers that use them, but if you want to try it out and are interested, you can contact me for an account on those. And just to review the highlights is CEDN is a collection of water quality related data. We want your data. You can contact a regional data center to help you, or cedn@waterboards.ca.gov. And also the website has, as I showed, all the information that you need to start formatting your data, and that you can use the CEDN data that other people have provided at also on our websites and on the Open Data Portal and the National Water Quality Monitoring Portal. And I'm done early, so there's plenty of time for questions. And there's my contact information if you have any additional questions.
When it's been unmuted, you can ask your questions directly of Jarma. Goes in the room, just raise your hand, we'll get a microphone to you. Burning question. RDCs. Audience of, I don't have any resources. Can somebody? Gift cards. What can we get?
Well, the regional data centers, as I mentioned, they are there to help you, but they can't take on, for free, they can't take on your reformatting all of your data for you. But formatting your data just does take time, and so if you have the time, you can do that yourself after you read the guidance documents, and then if you have questions, you can get questions answered for free at the regional data centers.
Guidance there are.
Definitely. Yes, definitely.
Saturdays. Actually, ask questions of the format? Obligated to help you?
We fund them at a certain level to help get their data into the system by helping you establish your vocabulary and answer questions. And so I encourage you to contact them. The contacting me or the CDIN at waterboards.ca.gov address is also an option, but I'm not as timely in my responses, and so I encourage you to work with them. But there is definitely a line that they're there to help you and answer questions, but they can't take on the job of reformatting your data for you. So that, as we just covered, there's a commitment on your end to do that share of it. Yes, yeah, very different.
Well, you said the user groups meet. Where do they meet and when do they meet?
We meet via Skype call, so it's just a remote call-in. Our meeting schedule is, they're set for the third Thursday of every month at 10 a.m. If we don't have a lot of agenda items, we will cancel the meeting, so they're not every month, but if you send me an email, I can add you to the list and be part of it. Oh, there's one more.
So my question has to do, well, how far back in time does the database go? And how do you handle changing protocols? And in particular, I'm thinking Contra Costa County, there was a lot of really great benthic macroinvertebrate data collected in the mid-2000s, which doesn't seem to be on CDIN. And I was, wondered whether that's because the protocols were sort of evolving in the mid-2000s. So, and I know that Helen knows some of this stuff, but my question is, and I work a lot with Helen, so I can ask her too, but how far does it go back and what do you do about changing protocols is basically my question.
So in terms of, for how far it goes back, we have data to the 80s and 90s, I think even a little bit before that, but so this middle 2000s shouldn't be a problem. In terms of protocols, there is a column in the data entry sheets that allows you to specify what protocol was used for data collection, and a different one for the analytical method. So if they're changing, or if 1 year one method was used and that is changed, you would have to add to the controlled vocabulary list for that list, but then in your data entry template, you reference the new protocol. So that shouldn't keep it off of CDIN either.
We have time for an additional.
This is just kind of like a what-if question, I think. But assuming I had a good data set, I send it in, I get it into CDIN, but I want to make a broader report, and I know of 3 or 4 other databases that I would like to consolidate into a single report back to me. Do I do that within CDIN? As far as pulling similar studies together, and then what's my output? I guess I'm looking for an end product that I input into CDIN. I improve my data situation by having lots of more data, and then I want to draw it out and use it. So how do I do that? Or are we going to talk about that this afternoon?
I don't think we're going to talk about that this afternoon, but what I would suggest is that those pathway out that pathway outside that I had. Oh, there it is. So we have the advanced query tool. It allows you to search by a variety of different things, but one would be program. So if you wanted to know, you were providing a report of grantees that received Prop 50 grants. We have a program called Prop 50, and you could use that as your query tool and pull out all the data that were monitoring projects that related to that Prop 50 program. And there are many other programs. That's just the one that popped into my head. So if it's something that all the data that you're interested in is in one program, then you can query by program. Then there's another level, parent project. So if they're related, kind of one layer down from that, you can query on that. If you are I'm interested in, you have a water body, you can look at our station map and see which stations might be of interest of you, you might be interested in, and just to select those stations to pull to be your query tool or your query criteria. You can do it by station, or you might have to do some research. Maybe of a group that's doing work in a certain area, and you can find out what their project identifier is and use that to query on from CDN. And then once you have that information using the advanced query tool, you get an Excel output using data.ca.gov. That doesn't allow you to query, but if you were into making your own kind of coding your own API query, then you could put that into your API code of which things that you wanted to query out. And same thing with the National Water Quality Monitoring Portal, you also have a variety of things to say by county or by whatever. They have a lot of criteria that you can query on, and that allows you to get a URL that if in 6 months you want to see how the data has changed using that same query, you have a URL that you can just call, and then it'll pull that using that same criteria, see what data have been updated. So, but all of those spit out in a CSV format or a Excel document, depending on how big it is. That answer your question?
But once that's queried, then I have like an account number I can go back to and it's all automatically updated for that particular search with the URL?
Using the National Water Quality Monitoring Portal, that's how that works.
Oh, cool.
It's a nice tool.
Thank you. It's been a great morning, yeah? We're going to have an awesome afternoon as well. Let's break for lunch. We're starting at 1 p.m., so please don't be late. We don't want you to miss anything. Thank you.
Yes, I am.
I'm trying to do this.
Where are you?
That's different. find them. She's early too.
I went for a walk.
Probably.
our tools. You know I didn't.
Emergency location.
All of them have been invented. All the presentations in one. We will be beginning shortly. We're going to give folks time to settle down, settle in. Those of you that are on your phone, Welcome back. We're going to continue our workshop on community science in California with our waters. We have a very, very special presentation lined up for you. Still have some folks coming in. Join us, please. More the merrier, right? Did y'all enjoy your lunch break? See some sunshine? I stayed in the building. I didn't get to see the sunshine. I hope on the 4th of July it's going to be a sunny day, though, because I'm not working that day. I get to go outside. One of the wonderful things about working with our communities is we get out of the office. So if you do work in the building with an agency, join a technical advisory committee, volunteer, get yourself out of the office and in the watershed, participate. So from now until about 2 o'clock, we're going to have a wonderful team from OEMA here in the water boards. It's the Office of Information Management and Analysis. Talk to us about information. Information is data that's doing something. It's telling a story. It's giving me a picture of what's going on with the question I'm trying to answer. It can be complicated because we're looking at numbers. Those numbers have meaning. So this afternoon, we're going to have a team of people talk to you about that entire creative scientific process of managing data and transforming it into information. We'll have presentations from Anna Holder, Bev Anderson, Ravi Mastu, and David Altair. Did I leave anybody out? They're all in the house, I hope? Yay! We're off to a good start when everybody's here. Hey, there's Dave. Before I proceed, we've had this slide up, and it's your group needs. So while we are talking about data and what we can do with it, there's a need for some information so that we can help people throughout the state of California. So we have not launched this formally through the water board's networks. We have been doing presentations and sharing this survey so that we can find out what water monitoring groups, EJ communities, folks that are considering a water quality monitoring project, what they would need, how we can help. So Helen, you want to talk a minute or two about this survey? Helen and I have been working together on behalf of the California Water Quality Monitoring Council on this project.
Yeah, so as Eric said, we've been working on the survey for probably 6 months or so. Lisa actually took this survey, who I work with in Bay Area, in one of its earlier stages. It takes 5 or 10 minutes. We basically just want to know what you're doing, where you're doing it, what you already have in your program, who you're collaborating with, and then further, what you want to do. What are your goals for your program? What do you actually want to do with your data that you're not able to right now, so that we can identify some of the places that the Water Quality Monitoring Council can add value, ways that we can help you, workshops like these where we could maybe tag on to existing symposiums or conferences and provide the things that you're lacking, whether it's QAPP information, how to actually calibrate your meters in the field, how to check accuracy, what to do with your data and how to analyze it, and then kind of after all your monitoring is done, and then how to put that back into your program and go from there. So if you've not already done so, please take a minute. You can just take a photo of the QR code and go from there. It should take you 5 or 10 minutes, and we appreciate your input.
Do you have handouts on your?
I believe so, yeah. There's a big poster up in the lobby in one of the tables.
So if you want to take this
Yeah.
people,
Yeah, and you can also just email me, helen@thewatershedproject.org, and I can send you anything you like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Holder, and I am a California Sea Grant Fellow with the Water Board's Office of Information Management and Analysis. And for this data science workshop. We just kind of wanted to give you a run through of what data science is and how you can get involved in becoming your own data scientist. So data science, I think for a lot of people might seem a little bit scary, but really it's just a combination of the math and statistics, computer science, and subject matter expertise. And once you kind of get all of those things in one person, that's your data scientist. In the data science community, they're often referred to as unicorns, so keep that in mind. And so again, data and data science, when you use them together and use them together well, you can, like Eric said, communicate information. And this can be through storytelling, statistical inference, so something is significantly impaired or not, or better or worse or whatever. You can make predictions, and as you'll see later today, you'll also be able to make visualizations, which I think are the most powerful way of communicating data to all audiences. If you have a pretty image, people can really connect to that pretty easily. So first, I wanted to use data from a community water science group, and so the examples that I will be showing you were provided by the Alpine Watershed Group, and so I just wanted to acknowledge their contributions there. The most, I think, important thing to think about when you're trying to think about data and data science is the data lifecycle. And Melissa talked about this a little bit before, and I think it's from classical training, a lot of us, you go out and you collect your data and then you do stuff. And that's all you really need to think about, right? But in order to really effectively communicate your data into information, it's critical to think about, before you even collect your data, what are you going to use it for? And how are you going to collect it in a meaningful way? And then once you collect it, how are you going to analyze it and pre-process it and clean it? And then for longer term things, how are we going to store it? Maybe make it open to the public or share it with collaborators and things like that. And then ideally, the life cycle is circular. So you go through one cycle and then you learn things and then you revise your process and make the process better and keep getting better and better data as you progress. So I wanted to go over a couple of key data science terms and concepts so that when you leave this room, you will be able to go into data science with confidence and start to explore what that will look like for you. And so data, as we're all familiar with, is the stuff that you collect. So these are the things that you measure in the field or in the lab. The metadata is the data about your data. So who collected it? What did you collect? When was it collected? Where was it collected? Are there certain things about maybe certainty that you want to associate with your data? And for all the nerds out there, that's data laughing at a metadata joke. Another thing is to think about human readable data, which is the stuff on forms. And so this is the quality data sheet that was provided to me. And the top portion is usually where all your metadata is. So the stuff that you collect at the beginning of a survey to remind you of who to talk to when there's a question about what happened that day. And then all the measurements below that are the data themselves. Having that form and collecting that data is important and it's a crucial step, but in order to do data science, it needs to become machine readable. And so this means it's something like a CSV, a JSON file or an XML. I think a lot of us are probably more familiar with something like Excel, right? And so that's easy to get to a CSV, but the key difference there is with Excel, if you save things as a CSV and you use things like color to indicate information, all of that is stripped away. And so you want to make sure your data is tidy. And this means that all of your the information that you want to collect is recorded in its own cell or column. And by going through that extra step and keeping your data clean and tidy, I feel like Michelle Kondo, whatever her name is, it's much easier to create these cool visualizations and analyses and products that we all want to get to in the end. So for tidy data, like I said, each variable should be in its own column. The observation should be in its own row. The data set should be in its own table. So, and we can talk about what a data set is for like years. So if you have questions, come talk to me after. And then if you have multiple types of information that you're collecting, you would relate those tables through a unique identifier or something like that. So on the bottom right here is a very short example of what a tidy data set would look like. So you have your month and your site number and your date and your conductivity, and that could keep growing and have more and more and more columns. So another thing to think about is the structure of your data. So a lot of us that have worked in Excel files and spreadsheets and things like that are used to what's known as a wide data set. And so these data are usually easy for humans to understand and easy for us to read and kind of get the information we need very quickly. And in Excel, if you're trying to create graphs, it's easier to do that in the wide data structure. But when we do a lot of data science and visualizations, the computers prefer long data sets. And so this means that you'll notice in the middle of in the table up here, you have 3 records of pH, right? So pH 1, pH 2, pH 3. In a long data structure, you might just have one column for pH and another column for replicate, and then you create a longer version of your data table. And usually when people are being first introduced to wide versus long data, at least when they interact with me, it's like, okay, sure, I want to use this. How the heck do I get all my wide data into long data? That's going to take ages, and it's going to be horrible. Manually, yeah, you're right. That's true. It'll take a long time, potentially. But by using coding programs like R that David's going to talk about in a minute, there are tools or programs already implemented in there for you that can make that process much easier and much faster. So converting from wide to long data does not have to be a scary and horrible task. So as fun as it is to make these visualizations, a really critical part is having your data tidy and clean, like we were talking about. And there's a joke amongst the data science community that 80% of the time data scientists are cleaning the data, and the other 20% they're complaining about having to clean the data because it takes a lot of time. And, you know, it's not necessarily the most sexy part of data science, but to get to the cool part, you need to kind of plan this data cleaning process into your time. And so this is a figure from a Forbes study that was out in 2016. They interviewed, I think, 80 data scientists, and they spent about 80% of the time cleaning their data. So I'm not going to go through this checklist. This presentation will be provided after the symposium, but if you're interested in learning the beginning of what data cleaning might look like, I have this checklist printed on my desk. So every time I'm going through a data set, I'm like, okay, first I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to check for these things. And you know, it's you can make these processes easier through your data collection time. So knowing ahead of time what a 0 means versus what an NA means versus what a blank cell means, those sorts of things, having those conversations in the beginning makes the later stages much simpler. So this is just kind of like a crash course in data cleaning, and we'll have more resources at the end of the slide so you can pursue that further. And here it is. So The resources at the top are just links to, learning more about what data science is, if this has not put you to sleep, learning what tidy data is, and converting from wide to long format using our statistical software. And there's a link to that article. Some data tools that are really common, we're going to be going over some today. The majority of them can be open sourced. So things like using the R statistical programming language or Python, Jupyter Notebook, and then we'll also be talking about Tableau and Microsoft Power BI as visualization tools. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to my next teammate, and I'll be happy to take questions at the end of the session.
One question.
So you're all going to be like, go home and be like, guys, I'm a data scientist now. Yeah, so these...
Will the PowerPoint be available so I can get
Yes,
the link?
so
Yeah,
we'll be
that's all.
posting this online and everything that was linked. You mean you couldn't see the URL between? No. Yeah, so everything will be posted after the session and you'll have access to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes?
So if being a data scientist is so great, why isn't everybody a data scientist?
That's a good question. And I think part of it is sometimes there's a big learning curve to learn these open source tools like R and Python. But for me personally, that's only one piece of being a data scientist. And I think we kind of need to have a culture shift where we all kind of think of ourselves as scientists, data scientists and data stewards of whatever we're doing, and learn how to do the best that we can. Of course, not everyone can know everything, right? That's why we have technical support and things like that. But by knowing the base of data science, you'll be able to kind of be empowered to use your data a bit better. So to be the like super cool, colorful unicorn data scientist, you might have to take, some classes. There are degrees in data science, but you don't have to necessarily go through that whole process to have an understanding of what data science is and empower yourself to use the tools that are available. Okay, Bev, we'll talk about Power BI.
Science is all about, right?
Yeah.
So, hi, I'm Bev Anderson. I'm also with the Office of Information Management Analysis. And Anna gave us a nice description of how to deal with your data and how to make it clean and get it to a point that we can use it. For the rest of us, what we're going to talk about is how can you start looking at your data? And I've titled my little talk, Exploring Data in Power BI. I'm not going to get us to a point where it's pretty visualizations. It's like, what can Power BI do and how can you start thinking about the data that you're working with? We've got a ton of data out there. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming. So some of these tools with something like Power BI, you can start to get a picture of what your data can show you, or you really have to look in and figure out, what's the story behind this. So with Power BI, how many of you have ever used Excel? So Power BI is a platform that's built on Excel. It's a Microsoft platform. So if you've used Excel and you've used Excel, work with it in various different ways. Yet when you start working in Power BI. Up here it has a Get Data button. Pull data from a lot of different as a table of data that you're interested in. Of an old PDF file. All those PDFs that you think, God, I've got to retype all this data. I fairly quickly and once you have your data into this, and you can see scatter plot or anything else, I've got a couple of mapping visualizations. This is right out of that. And this is exciting because up till about 2 weeks ago, we had to pull down a shapefile. It just goes in directly, and so you can. Most of what I do is working with water board, and a lot of it is, number of inspections. First thing I do is pull in the latitude, longitude, and find out where all of the wells are. If I were to look at that in an Excel file, I can really quickly put a filter on. And I'm suddenly down to and I apologize. If I hover over any of those dots, I can see what the lat long is, and I can see not only the bigger and darker the dot is, the look at is what's the land use. As I'm connected to ArcGIS, I can pull in land use data. Also pull up some demographic information. I've got access to all of this stuff directly through this connection. I'm sorry. I knew I would do that. Sorry about that. And then, because we're with the Water Board, for those of you who are here, with this direct connection, we can go into the Esri portal that the Water Board has. So in this case, I knew I was working with Region 5 data. I wanted to see if there was anything Region 5 had in the area, so I can pull in their shape files for their priority water basins. And sure enough, this Fresno area is a priority basin for Region 5. So I've got a lot of data now that I didn't have 5 minutes ago. Now, one thing I notice here is there's this big cluster of wells that's not in a priority basin. I don't know what's going on over there. I do know that I'm interested in drinking water. So I'm going to focus on some specific kinds of wells. The data set that I had has information about whether it's a municipal well, a domestic well, or an unknown well. So I can filter that, and I find that all of those, that big cluster that was over here just vanishes. So those were all agricultural irrigation wells, some landfill monitoring wells, some USGS wells, things that maybe I'm not super interested in right now, thinking about drinking water. And now my data set that I need to be concerned about is down to this. And that's a much more manageable data set where you can start looking at the numbers. Once I've got something like this, I can start throwing it into graphs. I can start looking at things. I can start analyzing the data within Power BI and start playing around with stuff like this. So here, really quick, I put my filter back off up here, but this is the municipal groundwater data, or groundwater wells with the nitrate data. And you can start seeing some patterns here. What are the wells that we need to be concerned about? The nice thing about having things like this, I've got a filter on it that filtered us at 10. Maybe we want a little bit more conservative approach and we want to look at anything that's 8 or higher. All I have to do is go up and change this filter and play around with things there. So I can move things around, I can change things very quickly and easily to start exploring this data and make some amazing visualizations. I don't know what my time is like. I could go to the Power BI site and show a few things, but I think I ran out of time on this, so if there's any questions.
Unfortunately, your 15 minutes are up.
Yes, I know. I looked at the...
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up is Rafa. Thanks, Bev. Bev could spend hours and hours on this because it's that just demonstrative. Great tool. You guys like that? Yes. You guys that are remote, you send us an email. Let us know if you'd like to participate. Rafa's been doing some really awesome.
So I want to talk about the technology that we have today to analyze and visualize it. If you want to build a map, and you want to publish on the web, then you have to have your web support people to actually do the coding of how to publish it. Well, the tools that we have today allow us to close the cycle. We can do everything ourselves. We don't need we don't depend on other departments or divisions, at least at the Water Board, to build these visualizations. because we are the citizens monitoring group, I wanna start by showing you an example of something that I put. It took me like probably 10 minutes to put together, but because it's relevant to this group, which is the map of all the citizen monitoring groups. And this is live. As Webb was showing before. So it's like a simple map that you can see where all these the locations for monitoring groups, and you go over and you have information for that one. So you look for that watershed, and you're interested in working with that group. This is the group that you can work with. There's also another thing here that is very useful, if I can get to it, which is you can actually download the data. So you want that list. Sorry. I haven't tried this in, so you can go here, click the data, and you have that list of all the sites, of all the voluntary groups. And you can just download it, you can go to the full data, and you can just go and copy and download it. Okay, you can show all columns, you can download all the rows. So this is not just a way of visualizing information, but it actually is open data. And I want to talk a little bit about open data because 2 years ago, there was a bill that was passed because it was called AB 7055. It's called the Open and Transparent Water Data Act that requires the Water Board, the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Wildlife, and the Monitoring Council to release all the data sets in an open data format, in machine readable, something that Anne was talking before. Why? Because it's not just we have the data, we're hiding it. We want to make sure that everybody has access to that data and they can do their own analysis. So then what can we do with this data? What do you guys want to see? You want to see a map? You want to see some interaction? Because this is real. I mean, by the way, all this is available on the web, so anybody can access it and look at it. I have like 200 of these visualizations. Because my project is to let me show you what you can do with your data. So if you have data, I can show you what is possible. The technology that we have today to reveal this information that it was hiding before. And now we can see the insights and we can make decisions based on that. Because we're doing water quality monitoring, this is, for example, beach water quality information. Very similar to what Will was showing, you have a map. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay, so you can apply filters, you can click on any station, and the data down below will show the data. Let's see if I can find one that has something. So these are all the locations where a monitoring will occur. I can find one that has more than one data point. No luck. Anyway, you can change your analytes. You can put all the analytes there. The same thing. You can say more than one point. You can just say a group of them like this. And it shows you the data for all those points. And then you can just look at the range of values. So I think it's a very powerful tool to identify trends and patterns, spatial and temporal. Let me see if I have another one. This one is also a beach water quality. And this is bacteria, Enterococcus. I'm an economist, by the way, so I don't really know exactly the chemistry of these things, but I know data very well. So these are just like, you can click on any particular station. You can actually look at the different beats. I think I have here. You can go statewide. You can put all the data for all the states, for all the stations. So you can navigate your data. This is all the bacteria data that we've been collecting since 1998 for the entire state. And it looks like this. These are all the data points. I think there are like 3 million records. So now we are visualizing in one single location 3 million data points. Doesn't mean much. I mean, you have to really filter for a particular station to be more meaningful. You click on any one of them. But it gives you an idea of what is possible. Okay. So you have your threshold, and you can see if it's safe to swim or not. So you answered that question that we were having before about what are the management questions that we want to answer. So what is interesting is about exploring the data. One thing is that we realize at the water board that we all use data one way or another. I mean, we're all working with data every day, but not everybody has the data science skills to actually to maximize the use of that data. And this is one of the things that we are working on, bringing this technology, these tools to the staff. And the same thing with the voluntary groups, that actually you can use your own data to make your own decisions. Any questions? This is the 30-day average. So this is the rolling average. The dots are individual data points, because the limit is based on the geometric mean of the enterococcus. It's the 30-day average of the geometric mean, and that's why it's calculated. So you see the calculated values and then the threshold.
Could you wait for the microphone, please?
Yeah. So by the way, you can see the actual beach and the actual station where the beach was. And it's one random, nothing, was not prepared.
So not all data is comparable, right? So if you're pulling all these data from various sources, there are different methods, different thresholds, different detection limits that are used. Is there a way to select data that are more comparable than others, or is it just?
Correct. So those are the filters or the criteria. You have those qualifiers. You can always filter for those. So you can remove the ones you don't want. I mean, it's as simple as having that additional attribute in your data set, so you can filter for it.
So this is really cool stuff, by the way, but I think, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but a really important part of data science in general is reproducibility and tracking workflows and collaborative projects. And I'm just curious, what capacity does something like Tableau or even Power BI have to speak to reproducibility and working with others? And
Okay, so one of the things that I particularly like about Tableau is that it's, in a way, it's open source and open data. So you can come here and you can download if I can here. So you can download the file that I use to create. So when you download it, you have exactly the same tool that I have. So with that, you have the data, you have the code, and then you can reproduce it any way you want it. So it's open source and open data, which is what we're looking for.
Do you have time to do another real life one? Because we just recently found in our area old dried cleaners. And we worked with another agency and they kind of started the process. But does that mean all of you guys link together?
That's one of the things that we're working on data interoperability and data integration. So bringing the data from multiple different sources and speaking the same language. That's why we are trying to work with data dictionaries that are, kind of the same. I mean, what we found is, like, for example, at the water board, we have 5 different programs that do water chemistry, and they all have different data dictionaries. So they call copper differently and things like that, and it's very hard to bring them all together.
So could you pull up real quick Vallejo, Solano County, and see what comes up under dry cleaners?
For the beach water quality, or?
No. Because that's beach water,
This is
right?
just beach water quality.
So can you pull up dry cleaners for Solano County? Because I know it's documented through the water board.
Yeah, but that will be a different data set. I think I have something like that, but I can get back to you later if you want.
So you can't do that real quick right now.
I have something like that because I've done it, but I will have to look for it.
This data set's composed of fecal indicator bacteria only.
Mhm. Yeah, this is fecal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of related to the other question that was asked, is you selected all the counties and have a single graph that shows over time what these, statewide values are. But that's with the assumption that all the counties are producing data that has been evaluated for the compatibility of its metadata, essentially. So I think that might be something that's missing in this, is when you look at that, you see some kind of statewide pattern, but it could be apples and oranges. We don't know because we don't see that back end evaluation of, all of those sources and how they were compared and who made that decision and that kind of thing.
Correct. The reason I was speaking on the beach water quality is because we have a very robust data set and it has several years of data, the monitoring program that they have, and it's focused on 3 parameters. So it's actually easy to track. But we have from seeding and swamp and the monitoring programs, we have more visualizations that actually show for any monitoring station pesticides or any other parameters that we're monitoring for. So we can actually assess trends. I have another one for mercury. And I have, there are many ways. Once you have the data, displaying it it's a matter of formatting the data, to do transformations that you need to do, like Anna was talking about, making it long instead of wide and things like that. Yeah. Yeah.
You have all,
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Who is it back in that compares?
Maybe Nick, you can answer that question about the beach water. Oh, comparing the assessing the quality of the data? The data users, yeah. The counties are collecting this data. It's a county program.
Right, so you're assuming that they've done.
Correct. So this has to be analyzed at the laboratory that has to be certified for bacteria, and then they submit the data. The laboratory submit the data to the counties. Yeah. Anything, yeah. Same thing. But ideally, we should have the qualifiers about each record, each monitoring point, each data set. Yeah.
So that's a really great point, and that kind of comes back to your data lifecycle. And as someone that collects the data, and when you're collecting data sets from people other than you that have collected it, kind of taking the time to think about the certainty behind the data and how the different methodology was used. And so that's part of the whole data science, data lifecycle process. I think that was just an example of one data set. But that's a really great point that everyone should really think about when you're downloading data from somewhere. Don't necessarily just assume that it's 100% perfect and doesn't have issues. People should be adding qualifiers in and indicating, what things people should be looking at in terms of uncertainty and things like that in their data set. So that's a really good point to the bigger data science question.
So yeah. So when you download this data set, you will see that it's a lot of attributes. That it's not just Enterococcus 100. It's going to give you all the information associated with that monitoring point. Who did it, when, how, what frequency, what station. So it has what laboratory. So all the metadata goes with that particular data point.
Thank you, Rafa.
Our final presentation of this technical series is by David. He's going to be talking about using data in R. Can you just start by telling me what is R?
All right, well, that will be the first slide. So, so I'll be talking about using data in R. Obviously, that's a pretty big topic to cover in just about 10 minutes. So I'm going to keep it pretty simple. Sorry if it's a little too basic for some of you, if you already know some of it, but I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what is R, as Eric mentioned, and then why you might want to use it, and then a really quick example of how you might use it. So what is R? First and foremost, it's a programming language, for better or worse, and for all that entails. Importantly, it is free and open source, so if you have a computer and a way to download something from the internet, you can use it, and you always will be able to because it's open source. It's primarily sort of designed around the idea of doing data analysis, so there's a lot of features that make it useful for that, and it's kind of a little bit of a unique programming language in that a lot of people that use it aren't necessarily computer scientists or programmers. It's, as far as I know, usually used by scientists and engineers and even journalists. So it's really kind of designed so that you can use it even if you don't know all the deep concepts of computer science and things like that. I certainly don't, and I use it a little bit. So it's useful in really all the phases of a data science workflow. I think sometimes there's kind of a misconception that it's only useful if you're doing really complex statistics, but there's actually a lot of good tools that are useful for sort of the end-to-end process from kind of the mundane data cleaning and manipulation tasks all the way through doing graphical display. And it does, of course, have a lot of complex computational power. It's widely used in academia, government, and in industry, which is basically to say that even though it's open source and it's free, you can really trust the quality of the software. You don't have to worry about that. And finally, it's very highly extensible via something called packages. If you're familiar with Excel, you can kind of think of those as being like add-ins, and that they just sort of add extra functionality. One example that's been developed kind of recently that's really useful is called the tidyverse. It's kind of built on that philosophy of tidy data that Anna talked about earlier. And I'll show a quick example of using that later. I also just wanted to make a quick note. There's another programming language called Python that you've probably heard of. It's kind of equally used for data science in comparison to R. Sometimes there's sort of a debate about which is better. I really don't have an opinion, but just wanted to note that pretty much everything I say here also applies to Python. So why might you want to use R? All these bullet points could really be discussions in their own, so I'm just going to kind of fly through it. Like I mentioned, it's free and it's open source, so that's a big plus. There's a lot of analytical power, like I mentioned, for the whole data science workflow. Importantly, it's great for reproducibility and great if you're concerned about transparency and collaboration because everything is scripted. And like I said, everything, kind of the whole end-to-end process can be scripted out. So you can pass along a script to somebody else, and you sort of always have that very explicit sort of recipe of what you've done. It's great for version control. It's compatible with things like Git and GitHub, if you're familiar with that, sort of outside of the scope of this talk. But it's also scalable, so if you're working with large data sets, you don't run into some of those problems that you might have with Excel, just not being able to load all the data or not, having it go really slow if you're doing a lot of complex computation. There's a really active user community that's really supportive and inclusive, so you can get a lot of help. Again, even though it's a free software, there's lots and lots of help available. And there's sort of constant innovation, like I mentioned, via those packages that sort of extend the functionality. And then finally, it's a really flexible tool. It is a code-based tool, so there's tons of things that I don't have time to cover that you can do with it to automate processes and do interactive web applications and things like that. So finally, just so you don't feel like you have to take my word for it, I wanted to point out a paper that kind of describes a group that's using a lot of these tools to develop something called an ocean health index. And so they have this figure here that kind of shows how going over time, by adopting a lot of these tools that I mentioned in the text in the figure, their ease of reproducibility and ease of collaboration went way up. And with the size of the circles indicating the time that they spend, that went way down, so they could focus more on things like the science or the policy or whatever they may be interested in. So how do you actually use R? First, I wanted to point out that there's something called R Studio, which is also free and open source, that kind of gives you an interface with R that makes it a lot easier to work with. So this is just sort of a screenshot of what it looks like if you open it up on your computer. You get sort of your place where you enter the code, but you also have a text editor to write scripts. You can look at all of your variables saved. You can look at plots. There's tons of other stuff like a lot of help documentation built in, tools for documentation built in, lots of things that I don't really have time to cover, but some of them are written down here if you want to check those out later. And so finally, wanted to run through a quick example using that same data set that Anna talked about earlier from the Alpine Watershed Group. So the data is in this Excel workbook. You can see it's kind of formatted, in sort of a typical, it's probably formatted in a way that works great for doing an analysis in Excel. It's not necessarily the way I might want to work with it in R. So what I'm going to do is try to take it and format it into a more usable kind of style, and then make some quick plots with it. So first, if I were working with this data, I'd, like I mentioned, load up a couple of those packages that give me some extra functionality, and then just import the data into R. So that's a simple, just one-line command where you just point it to where the data set lives on your computer. In this case, I'm just going to read in the data for one sheet to keep it simple. You could do all the sheets or a subset of the sheets. And then in RStudio, you have this functionality to view your data, and you get sort of this spreadsheet type view. And you can see it looks pretty similar to what was in the Excel spreadsheet. There's some blank cells, there's some summary data that's kind of embedded in there. So really now what I'd want to do is just pull out the raw data. So there's a bit of code here. I'm not going to go through all of it, but this is the code that would help me to extract the data, so kind of the raw data from that sheet. And I just wanted to point out there's a few things in here, especially if you're using that tidyverse sort of set of packages that I mentioned, that make your code at least somewhat readable, even if you're not that familiar with R. So you can see there's these kind of verbs that are used as the functions. Like here, I'm just filtering out everything where the date is missing. And then I'm going to simplify some of the column names just to make them easier to work with. In R, make sure that the date field is working correctly, that it got imported. All right. And then finally, just selecting the columns that I want that have the raw data. So that's, again, there's a select verb there that does that. And then if I look at that data, now it looks hopefully a lot cleaner. It just has the raw data that we want. So now I'm going to try to convert it into that tidy format that Anna talked about earlier. So again, there's a great tool in R that does that really with basically one line, this gather function. So you basically just tell it what columns you want to work with. And then if I look at that, now you can see that what used to be the column titles for all the different analytes are now in this measure column. And then the value is in its own column associated with that. So now there's one other thing that I'd want to do here. You can see that the measure field actually has two pieces of information embedded in it. The excuse me, the analyte and the replicate. So I want to split those out into their own columns. So again, just one line to do that, separate. And now you can see I've got a column for analyte and a column for replicate, and then a column for the value. So now I can really easily summarize that data. So just do a command that's grouping everything by site ID, date, and analyte, and then summarizing to get the average value. So now I've got a pretty clean data set with all that summary data, where it's just one line for a site ID, date, analyte, and the average value of those three readings. The last thing I want to do is plot the summary data for each analyte, and then throw in some linear trend lines just to kind of see if there's any trends that we might see. So I'm using another package here that's pretty popular called ggplot2. Looks maybe a little bit complicated if you haven't seen it before, but basically I'm just saying what's the data set, what do I want to put on the X and Y axes, then give me points and lines, and then throw in a linear trend line and labels, and then split everything out by the analyte. So if I get a couple of charts for each analyte. So I showed everything here kind of piecemeal, one step at a time, but really the power is that you can save all this into one script file, and then you can rerun it as needed. You know, if your data changes or if you realized, oh, you made a mistake in one line or something, they need to go back and edit, you can very quickly just click a button and rerun it, and it's all, it basically redoes your whole analysis. So finally, just wanted to give a couple of resources. There's kind of an overwhelming amount of stuff out there on the internet for R. So like I mentioned, you can download R in R Studio for free. There's a great book that's free online called R for Data Science. Then the website for that collection of packages I mentioned called the Tidyverse, some cheat sheets, a talk that's kind of provocatively titled, but it sort of covers a lot of what I talked about here more eloquently and in more depth. And then one example of a site online where you can go to find basically answers to pretty much any question that you can think of with R. So that, I think, is it. And I guess, I don't know if we have time for questions, but if there are any.
Do we have any questions? While the mic is getting back there, if you work for the water boards, your staff, we have access to our DIT data center. Software center, and you can get that package onto your computer. While I'm up here, tutorials, you need to learn how to code, right?
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's not quite as complex maybe as some other things where you don't need to be a computer scientist to use it, but you do have to kind of understand some basic coding concepts.
It has a threshold, but it's not a huge one.
Right.
Okay. Just kind of the bring it home question, I guess, is you showed the slides from the data that was generated, and early in the talk you indicated it would also do statistical analysis, I think. So from those charts, do you bring in regression analysis or 95th percentile or other things that we could create new graphics before we publish it?
Yeah, certainly. There's tons and tons of statistics, a lot more than I can even understand. So pretty much anything you can think of, you can do. For this example, I wanted to keep it pretty simple, just to, so I could get through it in the amount of time allotted. But yeah, there's really any kind of statistics. And since it is a programming language, you have a lot of flexibility. So you can really do pretty much any kind of visualization you can think of too.
One more question. Does it also allow you, like in ClickVision or something like that, to create a kind of a dashboard where you can play what-if games kind of thing?
So there is another one of those packages that's called Shiny that lets you build interactive applications that you can put online. So that's certainly available. I'll actually be showing one of those if you're around later today at the end of the day in the main session. But yeah, there's certainly the ability to build interactive type dashboards and things like that.
Questions? Wasn't that a great series of presentations? Yeah, Ema's great. As well as our mic runner, we have some really good staff here helping us out today. Our next set of presentations is about water quality and indicators. Our first presentation is an overview of water quality standards being presented by Nick. You probably saw Nick earlier in the workshop, maybe yesterday, kicking off our symposia Nick is the director for the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. And don't be shy. This is his big.
There's so much more to me than just
Well, he's a big guy, so he,
I'll have to hold
we
this thing.
got a lot of adjectives, adverbs to describe his work. But thank you for putting this series together and allowing this workshop to happen.
No, I'm glad to do it. I'm glad to see so many new faces and as well as water board faces as well. A quick note to your question, sir. Our started off as a statistical program, so it's got all the stats you could imagine, and definitely does all those dashboards. And we're ending this session a little bit early so that we can all get over there to the symposium and see the unveiling of the water quality status report, where you'll see how we put what you just saw to a real life use for water quality and ecological health. So you'll see it'll be presented in a story map, kind of interactive map, but it'll kind of highlight our staff's work. And there'll be tools that have been built out that answer specific management questions in Power BI and Tableau in our using the Shiny apps. So that's kind of why we're kind of staggering these, so we can actually make it back and see that live, so we'll be able to interact there as well. So why am I here? I'm here previously to being the council director. I worked in the Division of Water Quality for over a decade, dealing mostly with TMDL development, and then half of that was in the water quality assessment realm, doing the 303D list and 305B report, or the integrated report. So we've been talking about what is monitoring, why do you monitor, what are the questions, how do we make sure the data we're collecting is corrected in a high quality manner, then how do we turn data information. I'm here to kind of talk about, okay, what does that information mean in the realm of water quality? So, in my world, or in the water board world, we're a regulatory agency. We try to protect water quality. And how we do that, where we garner our authority, is from the Porter Cologne Act. It's part of the Water Code, and that really tasks the state with protecting beneficial uses for the enjoyment of the people of the state, and that they should attain the highest water quality possible, considering all demands. It's kind of legal speak for saying that there are economic value that might trump our uses for enjoyment, and then lastly, to protect water from degradation. So this is kind of where we derive our power and our authority. It's primarily in the 13,000 of the Water Code. How we do that is by using water quality standards. That's a term that's derived from the Federal Clean Water Act, and they are defined as provisions that consist of beneficial uses of a water of the U.S. and then a criteria that's used to protect those uses. In California, we say water quality objectives rather than criteria, and we use beneficial uses of waters defined in our water quality control plans. We have two versions of that. The regions each have a basin plan, which outlines all their waters in their basin as they define them, and they define the beneficial uses, both existing and potential. And then on a statewide basis, we have things like the ocean plan, and there's also an inland surface water, enclosed bays and estuaries plan that's kind of in forms of development that should be coming out with the toxicity provisions if that goes through. So what's a beneficial use? Think swimming, or what are the uses of your water that you think of? Do we swim in it? We drink it? We fish out of it? This is, there's terms that we use. For swimming, we use Rec 1, or it's a shorthand for water contact recreation. Fishing is usually defined by COM, or the consumption of fish. Aquatic life support, that's a big one. It's defined as warm or cold water species. And that one comes up a lot because, generally speaking, the objectives they use to support those lives are more sensitive than our own. So you'll see a lot of listings based on aquatic life support because of the acute concentrations and chronic concentrations of pollutants are at a much lower level that tend to affect us as humans. So there's the beneficial uses, and there are the objectives. Again, that's called criteria in EPA speak, and those are designed to protect those uses of the water body. And then further, there's implementation programs. Okay, we got the objectives, we got the uses. How do we implement programs to achieve those objectives? And for California, we include both surface and groundwater for each water body. So water quality objective, what makes up that? So those are the limits of a pollutant or pollution for the regional protection of beneficial uses. They come in two forms, numeric. Those are the straightforward ones where it's a concentration of a pollutant. Think 5 micrograms of copper or something like that. Those are pretty straightforward, outlined, easier to enforce. And then there's kind of a narrative where these paragraphs that kind of describe a general requirement for a water or a prohibition. I'll show some examples of those. So here's an example of a numeric one. So at a minimum, the average annual dissolved oxygen of all waters has to be greater than 7 milligrams per liter and never less than 5 milligrams per liter. So that's pretty straightforward. You're gathering DO data. You have samples across a year. You can take a average of that. If it's less than 7, then there's something wrong there. You're not protecting that beneficial use. This is aquatic life. And then if there's anything less than 5, even if your average is at 7 or greater, if you ever have fallen below 5, that's also an indication that something's going wrong there and that use isn't being fully protected, so something should be done. There are also site-specific water quality objectives. So generally speaking, water quality objectives apply to a use, says it's protecting that use. But in certain cases, water bodies are naturally different. They stand out. One example that I kind of put in here was that if you have a hot spring that's going to be naturally occurring up in the mountains or the foothills, that's going to naturally have levels of boron and other metals in that water just because it's simply being fed by a specific type of source. So in those places, a significant amount of work is being put in to say, okay, this water naturally has these things at a high level, so we're going to set our objective at a higher level. Generally speaking, they're at a higher level than what would be a normal water quality objective, and those only apply to that specific water body. And again, those require a whole rigorous analysis, UAA, use attainability analysis, and a whole federal process for approval. Last example, a narrative water quality objective. So this is where it gets a little bit complicated. So here's a couple of examples. Water shall not contain floating materials, blah, 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 in concentrations that cause nuisances or adversely affect beneficial uses. Now it's that last part. What does that mean? And the same with another example that's commonly used. No toxic substances in toxic amounts. That's used all the time, and it's like, well, what does that mean? Because my opinion of a adversely affected beneficial use or a nuisance might be one piece of trash. Yours might be, I'm okay with 5. So it's kind of, it leaves it up to interpretation, and that becomes difficult in the realm of kind of assessing beneficial use support. So how we do that within the assessment arena is we use evaluation guidelines to help interpret those narrative objectives. It's generally in a non-regulatory context, but again, the 303 list is very powerful, and if you are listed on the 303D list, a TMDL is likely to follow, or a more rigorous study is there to kind of delve in deeper to see if there is a problem and better characterize it. So we use these evaluation guidelines to help translate those narratives into numerics. The most common evaluation guidelines that we use, EPA's 304A, or National Recommended Criteria. You can probably see those from time to time where EPA will come out with a recommended criteria for aquatic life and human health. They will do that because it's a little bit easier than going through the whole process of updating the CTR or the National Toxics Rule, but they're basically as close to an objective as you can get. They're based on several studies based on chronic toxicity, acute toxicity, and we can use those to help address a lot of the pollutants like pesticides or contaminants of emerging concern. They'll be on this list that we can use to we can say that no toxics at toxic amounts, and say we have PFOA or another newer kind of pesticide that we don't have an objective for. We can find it maybe on that criteria and say, okay, well, this indicates that it's toxic at this amount, so we'll use that as our assessment numeric. There's other effects range lows or effects range mediums that are kind of done. Mostly those occur in academic studies and recommendations, so we use those to help kind of translate those type of narrative objectives. So here's My predecessor spent his better part of his career developing this water quality goals database, and this is intended to kind of provide all those in one spot. You can go to this page and put in a constituent like copper or something less common than that, and search for it, and it'll come up with all sorts of different evaluation guidelines and objectives that you can kind of choose from when trying to find an evaluation guideline. I will say that it's been a couple of years since it's been updated. That's not for lack of trying, but Elisa Holmes in Division of Water Quality assures me that it's going to be updated sometime soon. But she's also listed as a contact for that, so she can help answer those questions as she's updating it. But that's, I believe, that's all I've got. Any questions? That was a lot. Okay. Thanks. Oh, sorry. This is Allie Dunn.
Hi.
She is the program lead on the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program.
Thank you, Nick. All right, so we heard a lot about standards, and at times they can be a little bit complicated, maybe not super digestible from someone from the public or even high-level management. It just doesn't translate well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about water quality indices, and just to get a sense of comfort level knowledge in the room, how many of you have worked with a water quality index? How many of you have calculated an index? Oh, all right. Okay. So this is going to be pretty high level. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about how to calculate indices, but what I will do is just provide a high level overview of what an index is. I think we hear that term a lot, but it's not always defined. So I'll do that today. And then I'll talk a little bit about how they're used, what are some of the limitations, and then go through probably pretty quickly a few examples. So just generally speaking, a water quality index is a way to summarize and simplify what can be pretty complex water quality data. So we heard a little bit with Nick's presentation about, and we saw earlier with David, and I don't see you, these very complex data sets that we might have, but it's not super easy just to say like, oh yeah, my water body's doing good based off of this huge data set. And so an index is a calculation to put it into more understandable terms. So it's usually some range of 0 to 1 or 0 to 100, which means it's not doing so well or it's in excellent condition. Okay. So a few different uses. I think the primary use is it's a communication tool. So taking some of that complex water quality data and turning it into information. We've heard a lot about that today. It's also a really good way to have a scientific, rigorous method that you can use to support decision making. So typically we're pulling together large data sets, we're optimizing that use, maximizing that use, and as you'll see in some of the examples, it's a strong communication tool that's scientifically defensible to help prioritize some of our management actions. That could be at the local level, from water board's perspective, it varies, which kind of gets at that scalable piece. So indexes can be applied locally for reach scale or within a smaller area, all the way up to statewide or nationwide levels. And then another really great value of these indices is they provide a consistent way of interpreting this data across the state. So I think with my water board hat on, it's really useful to use some of these indices so that I'm looking at a specific watershed, scoring that the same way that my colleague may, or maybe somebody at Department of Water Resources. So we're kind of looking through the same lens at these watersheds so we can prioritize those protection actions. So with that, though, they can be very overly generalized, right? So you're pulling in all of these complex data sets, and most of the time we have subject matter experts that maybe I'm a biologist, and so to me, that one variable that's looking at bugs and habitat is most important to me, but maybe there's a chemist in the group that they really want to look at nitrogen and phosphorus. So in that way, these indices can be weighted towards different variables that aren't telling the whole story necessarily. So yeah, they're not telling the whole story. And we heard this yesterday during the symposium that we usually want this one tool to rule all, similar with these indices. So you can't have one index that rules all. They're, like I said earlier, they're at different scales. They're looking at different variables. You can pull different indices in and kind of tell that bigger picture story, but we can't just say one to rule them all. And then they're often limited in terms of time and space. So if you have monitoring data that's a little off within a specific reach, or it falls within a time frame that doesn't quite represent the data or those conditions, that can skew your index too. Okay, so just to run through a few examples, how many of you are familiar with the Canadian Water Quality Index? All right, a couple of you. So this is, Bev's saying, yeah, she's Canadian, she knows. So this index is kind of the forefather of a lot of the indices that are used specifically for chemistry. So I feel like icons have been really trending in all of these presentations. But so that little icon up there, I tried to categorize how these indices are used. So this guy is primarily looking at chemistry. It's not looking at biology, which we'll talk about in a second. But essentially what this index does is it has this calculation. It's looking at the scope, frequency, and amplitude, and then it gives you some score of 0 to 100. And then those scores are then divided or ranked into 5 different categories. So anywhere from poor to excellent, with excellent being it's meeting these thresholds, Nick talked about that, or these water quality guidelines, consistently meeting those over time, whereas poor, it's not doing so hot, we're not meeting those standards or those guidelines. So the Central Coast, Melissa in the room, I'm sure is very familiar with this, with the Central Coast Water Board. So they have a dashboard. There's actually, I don't know how many, but there's several indices in there. Again, there's not one single index to rule them all. They all kind of tell a different story. And so what I'm showing here is just a basic water quality index. And this one, again, it's modified from that Canadian Council of Environment Water Quality Index, and it compares it to a threshold of concern for each analyte at each sample site. And then it looks at the proportion of samples that are exceeding that threshold and the magnitude of each measurement relative to the threshold, which is similar to the Canadian index, just in slightly different terms. And again, we have that same kind of categorization. So within this watershed, reds representing sites that are not doing very well, with the bright green being excellent conditions or good conditions. So something like this is much more, it's a stronger tool to communicate how this specific watershed or this region is doing versus a bunch of numbers or a pH of 7. What does that really mean to somebody, you know? And so this is taking all that information, putting it into digestible, understandable terms. So kind of moving them more into biological indices, the CSCI, the California Stream Condition Index, this guy we use at SWAMP for our bioassessment program. This is used statewide, and it's a scoring tool that is taking that complex habitat and stream data. We look at bugs, benthic macroinvertebrates, that are living in a stream, and we use that as an overall measure of health. So it's debatable, but some people might lean more towards looking at biology as the true indication of how that stream is doing rather than chemistry or physical habitat or any of those alone. And so CSCI does a really good job at looking at those organisms living in that dynamic ecosystem, and then it wraps it up into this index to say something about those conditions. I'm not sure how familiar everybody is with this index. I'll just briefly say that essentially what this index does is it's calculated by looking at, you go out, you do your field protocol, check out how the habitat's doing, what bugs are living in there, and then that's compared to what you would expect in that system. So it's, they model and look at, it's essentially predicting based on the climate and based on geology, what kind of bugs would I expect to be here, and then the closer you are to 1, the better shape you're in. The closer to 0, not so good, or we say very likely altered. Along those same lines, we have a physical habitat index. So this is a newer one. I've included the reference here that we have on our SWAMP webpage if you want to check it out. And this, again, this is a multi-metric index, and it's looking at physical habitat conditions in streams. So this has been really what we're looking to do moving forward in assessing our watershed, water body conditions is, I think the water boards have historically looked to chemistry as our answer to how things are doing. Now we're incorporating the CSCI score, which I just talked about, using that index, and also this physical habitat index to support those decisions. So if you have maybe the chemistry doesn't look so great, but we've got great physical habitat, great biological condition according to this index, how would we list that water body and how could that support that decision? Also, these indices are really helpful for how we would prioritize restoration sites or areas that we might want to protect. So the chemistry only tells you so much, biology, habitat. We can use that information to then say, all right, this is high quality water body, the bugs are doing great, habitat's intact. Let's prioritize that area for protection. Or for those of you that are with local watershed groups, I know a lot of the work is restoration work and grant funding. So these indices are a powerful tool to use that as support to say, we're gonna put all of our effort into this area, these indices support that. Scientifically rigorous, although, yes, oversimplified. And then the last one I just wanted to touch on is some work through the Healthy Watersheds Partnership, which is one of the working groups of the Monitoring Council. And we've talked a little bit about chemistry, a little bit about biology and physical habitat. And so what this assessment or this index does, it's multiple indices, and it pulls information looking at those key watershed functions and processes. So I have listed here just 6 of those watershed attributes that go into calculating this condition index. So we're looking at overall landscape condition, habitat, hydrology, geomorph, water quality, and biological condition. And so the output, there's just one example here, but it's this map is showing the relative watershed conditions statewide. And so this is a really powerful tool. Again, it's statewide and it's very high level, but a powerful tool to say, here's how our watersheds are doing relative to one another throughout the state, looking at all of these complex attributes, chemistry, physical habitat, and biology. And there's more information on this on our webpage, which I probably should have put in here, but I forgot to. All right. So that's it on my end to cover indices. I think we're doing okay on time. Eric, where are you at? Eric, you're so, yeah.
Take questions.
Yeah, do you have questions?
Open up the phone line in case we still have people participate. We've unmuted the phone line. If you have a question, you can ask Ali or Nick. Anybody in the room have a question? We'll get a mic to you.
Totally clear. What? Oh, folks on the phone, any questions about water quality standards or indices? All right. Well, thank you all.
Thank you for your participation today. On behalf of the Clean Water Team, the Monitoring Council, WEMA, the Water Boards, thanks for coming to the workshop today. We still have another presentation going on in the main hall. Yeah. So if you want to participate over there, you can go. But for those of you that have questions, want to talk to any of us, I'm here till 3, 4, or 5. As long as you have questions for citizen science, community monitoring, you want to grab somebody here that gave a presentation on how to utilize one of the data science tools, we're here to answer your questions. So thank you. And for those of you that are online, if you're shy, you don't want to talk like most of our webinars go, please send your questions, your comments to the Monitoring Council. You can find that webpage. There's an email address, and you can send in your comments and questions there. You can also go to the Clean Water Team webpage. So Clean Water Team California, and find contact information. And I'm the contact. So just look for Eric Burris, and you'll find me. You can send out that email. I will respond this week or very early Monday, Tuesday of next week, depending on the volume of work. Thank you. I'm going to close that. Are you patient?
Oh, really?
Show up. Get there. Show up. I'll be there.